Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another late night, Saturday night Wrestling Insiders. We can review our biggest episode ever. I'm Dan Marty here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champions, 02176. Today we're creeping into the low 50s here on an early spring Saturday. Amazing that we've already reached April. Can you believe it? It's April already. The year seems to be flying by a little, even in these crazy coronavirus times. I am not well. I've had a lot going on in my life beyond even the Tony Atlas battles and trying to prepare for WrestleHouse and all the work I put in here down in the studio. But as always, I'm always happy to have you guys here, wherever you may be. The unfortunate Tony Atlas saga hasn't been resolved yet. Tony, or someone pretending to be Tony, posted on his Facebook page that he just wants to be happy and be done with Boston Wrestling. He still has not removed the post that really angered me, which was a work of fiction and lies, claiming that literally dozens of times for years he spent $90 on a rent-a-car to come here to tape these shows for $55. Let's use a little common sense, Tony, or whoever it was that posted that. For someone that I consider a friend to belittle me like that, you know, that hurts. It's really disappointing. You know, Tony might be upset about the comments I made on Wrestling Insiders at your house, but like I told the fans, it was the truth. I was very upfront and very honest. I tried for 2 weeks to let Tony know we were out of content, to set something up even over the telephone for something that Tony was already paid for, and he blew it off. That's not right. Wrestling fans are more important than any wrestler. You guys deserve to be treated with respect and appreciation for spending your time and money with us. You know, in nearly 28 years of working in the industry and 20 years of operating the Boston Wrestling MWF organization, you know, we've never lost sight of that. The wrestling fans have to come first. Anyways, on a more positive note, if you're enjoying tonight's program, so many ways you can help us, even in ways that don't cost a penny. We need you to find your inner warrior and smash that thumbs up button and subscribe to our channel for free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy the content, and they will showcase our videos to new fans. As I've said before, there are millions of fans, especially lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s that gave up on sports entertainment that have no idea we exist. With your help, we can reach them and help us get bigger, better, and badder. Trivia question, what pay-per-view is that the tagline for? If you hit the little notification bell, you'll always be alerted to new content as it premieres, which happens 7 days a week, from our studio shoot interviews, to podcasts, to WWE and AEW TV review talk shows, to live pay-per-view watch-alongs, to Wrestling Insider flashback videos, to our daily history videos. Let me tell you, it's a lot of work to produce, which is why I'm here today on my 27th consecutive day here at the studio without a day off, and I'll probably be here on Easter as well. Speaking of Easter, don't forget tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, we do have our WrestleMania 1 watch-along, which should be a lot of fun. We hope you can join us and chat along. We also ask, we beg, we plead to share. Share the links to this video on Facebook and Twitter. Share it on Reddit, wrestling Facebook groups, wrestling websites. Share it with friends and fellow fans. We want to bring you original in-studio shoot interviews with great superstars 7 days per week by the end of 2021. That's my goal, but we can't do it without your help. We love you guys, but you're smart people. It's expensive to produce these shows. Also, don't forget that the eBay store is open for business 24/7. On the road to WrestleMania, get some great new merchandise for your collection or decor your wrestling man cave. Every purchase gets you a shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks to you. The link to the eBay store can be found in the description box below. We're literally days away from kicking off our Wrestle House endeavor, a first for us in our 20 years. Superstars of every era are going to join us in Tampa for Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes, cyber autograph signings. We've already announced that WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter, and JTG will be joining us live with more announcements to come. They may have already come as I'm trying to pre-produce this episode. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com where you can pre-order autograph photos. The superstars will sign live on the air to you. It's a heck of a lot of fun to interact with the guys live. Every purchase certainly helps what we do here. Finally, everyone that watches our shows, you're a great friend to us, but if you want to join the inner circle, get the inside scoops, and be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family, the place to be is patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For less than an overpriced coffee at Starbucks, you get early, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library, Patreon exclusives like the Marty Jannetty WWF Super Tape 2 watch-along that dropped this past week, and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling legends working. Again, that link is patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. On to tonight's show. If you missed it, yet another mid-90s WWF superstar has joined our team with a weekly talk show, podcast style. The vice president of Boston Wrestling MWF, the man that rocked Madison Square Garden to its core at WrestleMania 10. I can only be talking about Oscar, the manager of Mabel and Mo, Men on a Mission. Check out the debut interview, again, podcast style with Oscar, in the first of 5 loaded interviews tonight. You can check out Oscar's original episodes of Wrestling Insiders, Monday nights at 7 p.m. before Raw. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, as we continue to add to the Boston Wrestling MWF family, the Boston MWF Library. It is the premiere edition here on Monday, March the 29th, 2021, the anniversary of WrestleMania 3 at the Pontiac Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. It is the anniversary of WrestleMania 14 with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels, with Iron Mike Tyson as the guest referee right here in Boston. It is the premiere of Wrestling Insiders with a man who brought the original Boston Garden to its feet at its one and only pay-per-view at Survivor Series 93. He's the man that almost blew the roof off of the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, when his duo challenged the Quebecers for the tag team titles at WrestleMania 10. He is the one. He is the only. In the world of Hollywood Casanova race, but in the world of professional wrestling, he is from the team of Men on a Mission. He's the old Oscar. Oscar, thank you for joining us here on the premiere installment of what should be a very interesting series.
Man, it's my pleasure. I'm looking forward to it tonight. Looking forward to it down the road. Always good working with you, Mr. Marty. Love that. You gotta love that damn guy. So I'm ready to kick it off, and let's get started.
Unbelievable. Oscar has gone on to become the vice president of Boston Wrestling MWF with his longtime close personal friend, Dr. David Reese, the president. Oscar is, we had to do take two due to some technical difficulties that were prepared by our crack staff over the weekend. But, since it's been so long since you and I have got together and had some fun, what's been going on in the world of coronavirus for Oscar, as well as your spouse, the lovely Dreamy Mimi?
No, well, I mean, at first, like everybody else, I took it for the fears that the media projected. Like, all right, we're all gonna die. Nobody go outside. We're all gonna die. And so for a few months, I stayed in the house, went out for Lysol and groceries, and that's about it. But after a while, I just woke up one day. This was last year and it was easy to stay inside too, because when Corona broke, the weather was bad, and you in Boston,
right? Right. So it wasn't sun and warmth at that point.
Right. It's easy to not go outside. And these Indiana, Chicago winters, where the wind chill can get below zero, and then you got 3 feet of snow outside, and all because it was easy. But then the unthinkable happened. The weather broke like it's breaking now.
Yep.
And it became harder to shelter in. So I didn't throw caution to the wind, but I just let the fear escape me, and I just got on a plane and went some places. I went down to Orlando for a little vacation, kept my mask on, kept my distance away from people at the airport, on the plane, and even at the resort. And I have weathered through coronavirus from then till now, traveling around, getting outside, but being cautious and mindful of the restrictions. I've weathered pretty good because I never got it once.
Well, you did all right for yourself traveling. You couldn't beat the prices as far as that goes. And I tell you this.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
It was practically free. I'm not exaggerating. Airline tickets were well under $100. Hotel rooms were rock bottom. It was a buyer's delight to go places. But now that the shots are out, the vaccine is out, the fear's not down. People are really starting to get out. Prices are starting to go right back to where they used to be.
And that's not a good thing for us or our industry. It was nice to see the prices that low. It really helped the Paul Bearer toy drive this year, but I don't see that happening this year, that's for sure. $19 plane tickets from Tampa to Boston will be non-existent.
No, it's good. Everything is going back to business as usual. In that regard, you're gonna see a spike in prices because people are gonna try to get what they missed, and so what's gonna wind up happening is, the airlines, the airports are gonna be inundated with people, and I see price gouging coming up. I see gas prices going up. I see hotel rooms going to be sky high. Airline tickets are going to be through the roof. So it's not going to be like last year, believe me.
Well, that's unfortunate. Not a great thought. Hopefully our live events are going to be coming back to life in the second half of 2021. But, even looking at it from a business point of view, I know Mimi owns a series of salons out in your neck of the woods. How's life been on the business end of things for her?
It's been pretty... Matter of fact, I tell you what, I'll do you one better.
Yeah.
Because you could hear it from the horse's mouth. He's off today.
Oh, really?
And,
well, it is Monday. That's right. Yeah, a lot of salons aren't open on
He could tell you that better than I could because I really can't speak intelligently about it.
I find that hard to believe, but I know you're not the expert.
Hello?
Is this the one, the only longtime associate, Miss Dreamy Mimi?
This is she. How are you, Dan?
Oh, I'm happy to hear from you here on the premiere installment of Casanova Aces, Monday Night Delight, here before Monday Night Raw goes on the air at 8 p.m. No, we were talking about coronavirus life. We were talking a little bit about businesses. We know that you own a series of hair salons out in your neck of the woods. How has the coronavirus impacted, your small businesses?
You know what? It's been good for me because by them being small, my customers, I make sure that I schedule so that people can have their own private time. And
okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, so it's actually worked out very well for me.
They don't have to interact with each other. It's one-stop shopping.
Exactly. Yep.
A lot of precautions that have to be taken, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. A lot more cleaning and Lysol and,
Now, is that Oscar's duty?
I'm sorry?
Is that Oscar's duty? Does he Lysol the salon in between clients?
Yeah, right. Not a chance.
Have you seen things improving as time has gone on? I mean, I don't know what the restrictions were out where you guys were compared to Boston, but, I know it's still not open season even here in Massachusetts at this point.
Yeah, it's not completely open yet, but we've had more leniency out here than, we're right next door to Chicago. And so a lot of Chicagoans have come over to Indiana because, like, restaurants and things like that are actually open. They're doing, half capacity, but they are open.
They're crossing the border, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Used to be countries we used to have to worry about crossing into, and now it's states just to be able to have a meal.
Exactly, yep.
Well, the story we'll be able to tell someday when we write our books about the year plus we've spent in coronavirus life.
It's been interesting.
Did you even know you were going to be a guest on the show, or did he just hand you the phone?
He just handed me the phone.
So you had no idea what was going to happen?
No, I didn't.
Well, I guess that's part of the fun.
It is.
It's like David Reese when he gets the, his Tinder women messaging him all day on his smartphone.
Leave my David alone.
The doctor's hours never end. He's got a PhD in psychology and even an amateur gynecologist, from what I understand. But that's a different story for a different time.
I'm giving you back over to Oscar.
It was a pleasure to hear from you, Mimi. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yes, you too.
Be good now.
Bye-bye.
And there you have it, folks. You hear it from direct, as Oscar said, from the horse's mouth, a small business owner right here in Midwest America.
Yep.
Well, I wish our world was doing as well as the hair salon business, though, Oscar. I tell you, it's been rough between the live events being decimated. That we had those events booked last spring that got flushed down the toilet, thousands in advertising dollars that have gone bye-bye, having to sit on rents, having to sit on airline tickets. It's been rough, but, we can only hope that there'll be better days ahead for us. As we noted, though, as we spoke with Mimi, the president of the organization, Dr. David Reese, has found almost luxury in what's going on with the virus.
My God.
He's in such demand.
He has found a way to turn it all around. I mean, for him, I guess he hoped the virus could never go away because he has a lot, and he has it easy instead of him having to, because his business subsisted on a lot of travel, and he depended on airline flights and hotels being at a low price, in order to make a profit.
Right.
But now he doesn't have to worry about that because the telepsychiatry business has picked up, which that has been, when we figured it out, Zoom and all of these FaceTime and all these media platforms has become the new norm and the way to do business. And he is, flourishing pretty much doing business that way. Because, I guess they woke up and decided, does the guy have to be laying on the couch in person next to you to tell you their problems? No, they can do it over television.
Yeah, and with people with busy lives, you think, why wasn't this more commonplace even before coronavirus? You know what I mean? If you work a 9-to-5 job, you got the kids at home, sometimes even if you need that kind of mental health help from someone like Dr. David Reese, it's kind of inconvenient to try and set aside that time every week to go in person to do it.
Yeah, but they have pretty much figured it out, and he's doing a business that way. He say he's doing 80, 90 hours a week in telepsychiatry alone.
Wow.
So, and then, from what I know, every case that every session that he has to write a pretty substantial and detailed report that takes some hours. So if you imagine that he's doing a ton of business and got a ton of patients that way, that plus those reports keep him pretty busy. It took him a week to return my phone call this go round.
Wow.
And that's not because he doesn't like me. That's just how busy the man has been.
He's overwhelmed out there. But you talk about being lucky. If he needed to be quarantined for it'd be nice to be quarantined out in the beautiful 619 San Diego, California.
He's in the right place out there in San Diego, California. As well, I love to be quarantined out there, but I wouldn't have behaved myself. The time I spent at home, I probably wouldn't have even been able to do that back then. So the time I spent
out and about.
The time I spent at home was when it first came out. That was good, but it's not to be. But like I said, bouncing around aside, it's not to be taken lightly. 500,000 people dead, from it, and my God, millions of cases, in the country alone, let alone worldwide.
Right.
This was a really, really, really prophecy type event that we had, and it's not to be taken lightly.
Well,
so
I know.
Need to all.
I know both Dr. Fauci and Dr. Deborah Birx consulted with David Reese as the pandemic broke, so that just shows how far the man's reach goes. Hopefully he's going to be able to pry himself away from San Diego for the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion the week before my birthday this September. I know he was interested in renting out one of the Vegas casinos to have a pool party with the singers Flo Rida and Pitbull, amongst many bikini-clad women. So David Reese, he's hoping you can get your drone out of the tree so you can record it.
No, seriously, Fauci consulted with Reese?
Yes.
And he didn't tell me that. Get out of here, for real?
Yeah. Well, like you said, it takes him a while to get back to you. But, him and I, there's a gap between our messages. But once we do start to message, they go, pretty rapid fire for about 15, 20 minutes, and then he vanishes again. But, he's been needed all over the country.
Reese is probably too big for Cauliflower Alley now, so he's probably not going to make it.
Who knows who he's going to bring as a guest?
Oh my God! You know what? I've definitely got to. I got to put my call on him today, so he can get back to me eventually, because he got to tell me that one. Because we've been talking. He's been talking about bringing me on to do some, some consultant work. So if he rolling in those circles, then I want to, put me in, coach. I
Put
did not know
Oscar in,
that.
coach. He's ready to play.
There you go.
All right, Oscar, what do you think about the landscape right now in the King of Sports Professional Wrestling? We are on the road to WrestleMania 37 in what will be a very socially distanced atmosphere at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, Saturday, April the 10th, Sunday, April the 11th, about, if they can sell that many tickets, 25,000 folks at each show. What do you think? This is the first time in over a year we've had an atmosphere that I can think of that's had even over 1,000 people at it.
So I believe wholeheartedly that they're going to meet their goal on the 10th and the 11th as far as ticket sales being 25,000. I mean, I believe if they can go over a couple thousand without anybody noticing, they might try it. But no, I believe as far as attendance goes, they're definitely going to meet their goal, and then some. And then people watching it, they got the network now on the Peacock platform. That's a brand new merger. They're going to do very, very, very good numbers in that regard too. So yeah, I think that they are on track. Funny thing, I think they're on track numbers-wise to have one of the best WrestleManias that they've had in a long time.
Well, a lot of complaints about those that have already signed up for the Peacock version of WWE Network. I've been told by friends that work there that it could be August before a lot of the programming that you've become accustomed to in the archives returns, some of the functionality of how you use WWE Network, how it comes back to be. So it's going to be, I think, once the official transfer takes over here in the United States on, I believe, April 4th, I think you're going to have a lot of unhappy campers that don't know what the transition is yet. Some people jumped the gun and they wanted to see what the Peacock version was going to be like right away. Others, like myself, continue to enjoy WWE Network as it is. But those that have not experienced Peacock yet, they're going to want to grow feathers and fly away. And I'm sure send NBC and WWE a few complaints about taking away so many features that are beloved on the award-winning WWE Network.
Yeah, no, I've heard sporadic little stories of people unhappy, but I mean, anything, that's like you just said, anything that's brand spanking new, the bugs got to be worked out. I, for one, would not have jumped from the regular network viewing to the P, especially with WrestleMania so close, because if people do not get WrestleMania and they've made the transition, that's really going to make a lot of fans pissed.
Or if they run into technical problems the day of.
Right, they run into technical problems, and you don't want to do that because, when it comes down to WWE programming and WWE shows, you got some fans, that is their crack. And if they can't get the highest level, highest grade crack they're offering, then they really gonna be in a bad headspace. So I would just recommend, just get whatever's reliable, what has been reliable for you right now until everything gets worked out. And it will. I mean, believe me, it will. They're really good at it. But technology is technology. So pick and choose very carefully, especially when it comes down to the WrestleMania show.
I just think they almost went a little too quick. It was almost like ready, fire, aim. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you got to start somewhere.
It was big money, but
the only way to get started is to get started. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, they had to start somewhere.
Well, the technology is a little bit over my head as far as what needs to be done to transfer, tens of thousands of hours into the archives of the Peacock version of WWE Network. But hopefully the fans will have patience. Hopefully by SummerSlam they'll have the WWE Network they kind of know and love now on the NBC platform. That remains to be seen. But it's going to be, for the fans in Tampa, Oscar, I think a very different experience this year. There'll be no Raw, no SmackDown, no Hall of Fame, no NXT. no WWE fan access. Even the third-party events like WrestleCon, which we've attended in the past, that's going to be capped at 320 people per 2-hour session. I don't see any of those smaller events being a great success, to be honest.
Yeah, but there's I'm lost because there's another one
Wrestle
that they're
Stock,
having.
yeah, but that's at a little
Wrestle Stock. Yeah.
So-
Now, what's the capacity? What's the capacity for that? Because they've lined up quite an impressive roster for a WrestleCon worthy roster to do that event.
Considering that it's at a VFW type hall, I can't imagine too many.
Oh,
We're not talking a first-class hotel like WrestleCon. We're talking,
because WrestleCon go all out. In New York, they had 3 floors of
Remember? Yeah, the New York version of it. It was nuts. And that's part of the reason why I didn't want to participate this year. To go from a weekend where you have, 7,000, 8,000 people coming through the convention over the course of a weekend to have turn it into 5 2-hour sessions, capped at 320 people, including the talent and the support staff. To me, that looks like a rough day at the office. You know what I mean?
No, where is WrestleCon going to be this year?
It is at a nicer hotel in Tampa. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but as far as the capacity goes, they're limiting it to 320 per session, and that includes the actual wrestlers and the people that help and so on and so forth. So that's not a lot compared to what's normally plowing through the WrestleCon conventions each year, which I said can turn into several thousand over those 2 days.
Wow. Yeah, well, they got their work cut out for them. I'm just sorry it has to come to this. You know what I'm saying? That things can't be, they're not normal, but they can't just be more normal.
Right.
Because under those circumstances, I mean, if it was me, I'm not sure I would have went ahead and had it. But the guy that runs it, I know him. He's very intelligent. I'm pretty sure he did the math. So he had to surmise that he's going to come out with some kind of, decent profitability,
right?
And to go ahead and do it. So, I don't feel bad. I mean, especially if, or if all of his sessions are sold out, near sold out, or ticket sales are just on their way to being decent, then, I would just say God bless him, and I would have went ahead and did it if I was on track. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure they did their due diligence. I'm pretty sure they did the math. He doesn't seem to be one of those guys to me that flies by the seat of his pants.
No,
because he has had to make, over the years that he's had it, and I've been 3 or 4 times. I mean, he had it a nice one in New Orleans, and then out there in California, the Bay Area. That was a really good one. I attended that one. So saying that to say that he has had to have made huge profits in order to keep doing it, and then keep doing it in the way he keep doing it, because the guy goes big. What year was it? It was just a few years ago. We was at a Hyatt somewhere. Like I said, I've been about 4 or 5 years in a row, and he keeps it really big. I mean, when it comes down to former talent, he seems to bring in everybody.
Yeah, anyone that's not under contract with WWE usually has some kind of a presence. I just hope that next year when WWE returns to AT&T Stadium in Dallas, Texas, we'll be back in Dallas for WrestleCon, and we'll have a good time that weekend. And I don't know, who knows what the normal life will look like a year from now. We can only hope for the best with different strains that come out. I know Howard Miller is on one of the computers in the background researching these strains right now. But, you know, at least it's better than nothing. At least it's better than last year when everybody was cooped up at home watching a WrestleMania in a warehouse.
And there's the point. At least you're right. It's better than nothing. It gives something. And then too, it's smart because you don't want to go all out because everybody is not ready to venture out like that.
Right.
So the numbers make sense. The numbers make sense all the way around because you are catering to the numbers that you expect are going to want to venture out and be part of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh, I get you.
You don't want to do it like the whole world opened up because it has not.
No, you don't want to go overboard.
In people's minds, the world has not opened up, so everybody's not just going to jump on WrestleMania. You know, if they wanted to sell out the stadium 60, 70,000 people, even if they allowed it, 60, 70,000 people are not coming.
Well, I mean, if they're having a hard time selling 25,000 seats right now, can you imagine if they wanted to try put a full house in there?
Oh my! Well, yeah, I mean, that's no imagination. It was not going to happen. So
what I find
they were
interesting,
smart enough to not do it.
What I find interesting, Oscar, is I don't know how much you follow MMA and UFC, but they booked a live UFC event in Jacksonville, Florida, I believe, on April 24th, 100% capacity, and it sold out within minutes.
Well, then that's just a testament on the direction that we're going. Because as far as sports and ticket sales and people, coming back, we're on the right direction. But my question is, is it too soon? We're bending the curve, as Fauci would say, or anything else. But, are we doing too much too fast? We've gotten a handle on the coronavirus with the vaccine, but we haven't beaten it. You understand
Correct.
what I'm saying?
The match isn't over yet, so to speak.
Right. So, so are we running the risk of making things worse by giving people a false sense of security, and then they go out, then the numbers go up because everybody got together before everybody got vaccinated and nobody else could spread the virus?
Would you feel comfortable attending an event like WrestleMania with 25,000 people in an 80,000-seat football stadium?
No, I wouldn't go.
Really?
No, not right now. Nope.
So I'm gonna
guess. I said, there's a lot of things I would do, but there's also a lot of things that I wouldn't right now because to me, we're not there yet.
So I'm definitely going to guess you wouldn't want any part of a UFC event that was open to 100% capacity.
Oh, no.
Well, hopefully Florida isn't jumping the gun too much. I was down there, I've been to Universal Studios twice, the amusement parks over this time, and I feel they've done a good job as far as the sanitation goes, making sure the people's hands are constantly clean, the rides are constantly clean. On the planes, I was impressed with the cleanliness. I think right now, as far as the travel goes, as we noted the first time we attempted to do this show, where there's so much scrutiny and everybody's eyes are on these hotels, these entertainment venues, planes, and so on, I don't think there's a time you're going to find it any cleaner. I think once the rules become a little bit more relaxed is when we're really going to need to worry, because people might not be as adamant about the cleanliness.
Yeah, well, it's something to think about because, I have a little, major little travel glut coming up. I've got an interview that I'm doing for Netflix in Los Angeles.
Wow.
Coming up in a couple of weeks. And then right after that, we're going to Las Vegas for a little R&R. And then I'm doing a concert for a political action committee up in Moab, Utah, directly after that. So I'm saying that to say that, my eyes will be on how things are handled as far as the cleanliness go. Of course I'm going to social distance. and take all the precautions that they'll take because, I'm one of those people that, now I'm not as healthy as I used to be. I have underlying conditions. I just had a defibrillator put in for my heart. So I got to be extra careful on how I move around as opposed to this time last year. So my eyes will definitely be on it.
You have to. You don't have any say in the matter. You have to keep your eyes open.
No, you have to keep your eyes open. And it's like I say, see something, say something. And I know, what they say about snitches, but I'm snitching. They need to wipe that down.
You got that right, baby.
Hey, you're too close. Don't let that dirty man on the plane. He got maggots. Whatever it is.
That's right. Personal hygiene, I don't think has ever been more important than right now.
Yeah, no, it's even in the house by yourself, you still making sure you clean, smelling right, making sure every orifice of your body is clean, and you can live with your own hygiene because it's just. But you know what? Some good come out of anything. Everybody should be hygienic all day long, every day, anywhere, and under whatever circumstance. So if it gave us anything, it gave us that. And so thank you, Corona, for at least making us all cognizant to our own good hygiene and health.
All right, well, there you go. All right, Oscar, we've hit about the halfway point right now. We're going to take a brief timeout, fans. When we come back, we're going to be back with more of Episode 1, Oscar and Men on a Mission, Wrestling Insiders. Stand by. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Very happy to be joined by longtime friend Oscar of Men on a Mission. It is WrestleMania season, a lot going on under the most unusual circumstances as the coronavirus way of life now has surpassed just a little bit over a year since the true restrictions started to affect everybody in the country. Oscar, what are you looking at as far as the landscape in the industry goes right now? It has affected every promotion from top to bottom, whether it be WWE and their Thunderdome presentation, whether it be AEW, who was the first to allow fans back into venues at Ursula Daly's place in Jacksonville in a very socially distanced atmosphere with usually about 700 or so fans capacity. Not that they were even selling that many tickets every week. Impact Wrestling has literally had no crowds. Ring of Honor has literally had no crowds. Japan has opened up from what little I know of it to a very small degree. How do you see things panning out in very difficult times for everybody? Are you there? Oscar? Oscar? Did we lose you?
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. What happened?
Press the mute button.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad you figured it out.
I'm happy to see that WWE has dominated the industry for I don't know how many years now. I don't think that they've had any competition since the Monday Night Wars with WCW.
Right.
And even though I was active at the time, this was, during the New Generation era when that situation was at its peak.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would never have said this out loud back then, but I could say it now. I mean, it's damn near 25 years later. It was healthy to me. Fans had an alternative. The wars were just fantastic because every week they were trying to outdo each other.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Eric Bischoff was a very formidable leader, CEO, or anything, the counterpart to Vince McMahon. And like I said, fans had an option. Since Vince decided to literally put them out of business. It's been all WWE. There's not an independent that could hold a candle to them anywhere.
Right.
I don't care if they, are scraping up money to have a TV presence. Their TV presence is only going to be in a box, in a small box that is,
right.
Locally pretty much, or, maybe some areas out of their local jurisdiction, but not very many. Ring of Honor came, and then they were able to pretty much expand their presence, which I thought was a good thing. But it was not competition at all. I mean, it was
right. They've been alive since 2002, but they've really never had much of a national presence. They've never even had really a television show that airs at the same time on the same station across the country. That's difficult to build a brand off of.
But now comes AEW, where you have people that actually have the cash to make a real product, put it on a major cable network, which is TNT, not give WWE a run for their money, but make them sit up and take notice with not only the TV presence, but the talent acquisition, the talent that they do have, which is excellent. And I mean, it really is eventually going to turn into a competition, which is comparable to the Monday Night Wars of old with WCW. It's not there yet, but it's going to get there.
Well, I mean, they're off to a great start. A lot of people had the company written off before it even began. They'll be off television within 6 months. But TNT is very happy with a lot of the demographics they're pulling in. They gave them an extension of multiple years on the Turner family of TV channels. I believe a weekly show is going to be added to TNT in prime time later in 2021. They've expanded their presence with the different YouTube exclusive shows. So it's an organization that continues to grow leaps and bounds. They've opened up the wallet a little bit. You've seen them sign someone like Jon Moxley, even though he was unhappy in WWE and was on his way out anyway. That was an impressive face to see from the national brand come to AEW. Now you've seen a couple of legends that are much closer to the end than the beginning, and guys like Sting and Big Show and Christian all come to the company to give them a little bit more credibility when it comes to marketing, merchandising, maybe not as much in-ring as when it comes to what I just mentioned a minute ago, some of those outside-of-the-box promotional matters that sometimes fans don't look at. It's going to be interesting to see what happens once some of WWE's big contracts expire, because they were smart enough to sign up their key players long-term for big money. But as we've noted in the first time we tried to put this episode together, the Khan family has more money than the McMahon family. If they want to spend, they have the ability to spend.
Well, the first thing that WWE has got to do, it's about money, but it's not just about money. WWE has got to keep their talent pool, especially their significant players. They have got to give them incentive, not just cash, but they have got to give them incentive to want to stay.
We mentioned
the hierarchy can't make anybody, feel denigrated. They can't make them feel, when it comes down to storylines, and one of the things that ideas. If it was me, I would give. I don't know if even if they do it, they might, but I don't imagine that they do. Give some of the talent some input on how storylines are written, especially when it comes down to them, because now they have a vested stake in what happens to what people see of them on television. I think, is that my phone?
No, that was mine, I think.
I think that is very important to making them feel like they're a part of something. And number one, that's really one of the biggest keys to it. You make them feel like they're a part of it. You compensating them fairly for their work, and then AEW can't offer them anything to leave. Now, if you just treat them any kind of way, and you suffering, maybe a loss, or you taking it out on talent compensation, and that kind of thing like that. Then yeah, when contracts are up, contracts are out, people are going to want to go someplace else where they feel appreciated.
Well, I don't know if that was exactly what happened during the Monday Night Wars with some of the money that was being thrown around, but there was a mass exodus of, top nationally known superstars known worldwide leaving WWF for WCW. So as time goes on, I don't think it'll be eminent, but as time goes on, as those Roman Reigns contracts or Fiend's contracts or guys like that expire, would they consider taking the leap of faith to test out AEW if the money is right? I think the answer is yes. There's a lot of unhappy campers in that organization right now.
I'll tell you a short story to make you understand that anything is possible.
All right, let's hear it, brother.
We woke up in Liberty, New York, and came to the arena in Liberty, and we all got the shock of our lives. I mean, everybody from me to Bret Hart. I mean, the Undertaker was floored when we found out that a Macho Man Randy Savage went and jumped over to WCW. Nobody saw that coming. There was no warning. You didn't even think it was possible.
Very unexpected.
It was one of the things that was a rare thing was for Vince to hold a talent meeting. I mean, everybody pretty much know what they were supposed to do. Everybody pretty much know how things went, and we pretty much did things our own way back then. So there was no need really to get any to have any interaction. If you had an issue with Vince, you pretty much went and talked to him one-on-one. He was that accessible.
Right.
But if there was a talent meeting, that meant that there was an issue that had to have been addressed, and I mean, it had to have been addressed quickly. Right. And in that meeting, Vince, first he told the agents that anybody else that mentions WCW, I guess he said the name WCW, you're going to get fired. He's going to tell you it's been a lovely dance, but that's it. That's all he did. He was so fierce, he didn't want to hear the word WCW. He didn't want to hear nothing about Randy going over there. He didn't want to hear nothing about it. That was one of the cruxes of the meeting. And then the second part of the meeting was he flattened out threatened the rest of us and was like, you all got contracts and nobody is going nowhere. So if anybody else was thinking about it, you need to think again, because no, you're not going. Ain't nobody else going nowhere. And he basically told us all in that meeting. And I'm saying that to say that, the more things change, the more things stay the same. If people's contracts are up, they can do anything they want to do. So don't be shocked if you turn the TV on and you see Roman Reigns in AEW or anything like that, because in my years of living, I've come to find out, not just in wrestling, but in life, nothing is impossible. Anything's possible. Big Show's over there. Who saw that coming? I certainly didn't.
That was a big surprise. Big surprise. No pun intended.
I thought they had a plan for Christian when it came down to WWE, especially since Edge came back. I thought maybe the Christian and Edge show might be coming back. I thought that they would eventually, get back together or anything, with no chance of that happening now. Christian's over on the other side of the fence now.
He's on the other team.
So just saying that to say that, I mean, what it's teaching all of us, the lesson to learn is it's a wake-up call for everybody. Anything's possible. Anything can happen. So what I'm trying to say is WWE, in order to keep that from happening and hemorrhaging major talent, is they have got to treat major talent and show major talent why they want to stay, whether they want to do it or not. Because if you don't do that, there's not a check you can write big enough to make somebody go someplace for half the money, mind you, if they over there being treated nice. It's just like a man and a woman relationship. Mm-hmm. If you're treating that woman bad and then she finds somebody who's going to treat her better, where you think she's going to wind up eventually?
Going to be taking that loving, baby.
So that's just that's just life. You got a vehicle, you still got the woman, you want to keep her, treat her right.
All right. Well, words to live by in and out of wrestling, I guess, is a good way to put that. But
yeah.
AEW, they continue to impress. To me, you watch that show each week, it feels like there's one or two really killer, kick-ass segments on par or even better than what WWE is putting out. And then there's a few segments on those shows. I don't know how they see the light of day on national television. They're so bad. It seems like they have some really high-quality talent. They have some guys that really are green and maybe don't belong on national TV yet, and not much in the middle.
Yeah, but you got to look at it realistically. Isn't that the case on both sides of the coin?
I mean,
think they
so.
both. Where everything you see on WWE TV is like, I want to see this.
I think the women's wrestling leaves a lot to be desired, where their work doesn't look as crisp and realistic as the men's. But as far as the majority of the men on the Raw and SmackDown rosters go, I think it blows away from top to bottom the AEW roster as far as what those bodies can do.
Well, I mean, that's a given. That's because, when it comes down to comparing the two talent-wise, I mean, WWE got seasoned talent. Everybody is seasoned and know what they're doing. AEW is still in the learning curve. But I think that they're going to fine tune a lot of that. But see, here's the thing with AEW, and this is the thing WWE done slipped into, and this is the stuff that drives me crazy. You do not have to have high spots the whole show.
Right.
Everything is a high spot. Everybody is risking life and limb, and people wondering why people are getting hurt and they're off TV for 6 months, because you don't have to do a Mankind every match to get a reaction out of the crowd. Years ago, we had wrestling, and we had fans that loved the characters, but they did not have to jump off of the roof of the Empire State Building in order for the fans to pop. Right. And fans were invested in these characters. Half, 3/4 of the names of the characters I see on TV right now, I don't even know.
Are you talking WWE?
I'm talking both sides of the character, especially AEW. Okay. Especially AEW. I mean, besides people like Awesome Kong and Cody and Cody's brother and a few other people. If you gave me a quiz, name 20 people on AEW, that would be $1 million I wouldn't get. I don't know them.
A lot of new
but
faces.
But at the same time,
it's hard to get a lot of
hot spots.
No, go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, when it come down, to WWE, yeah, I know most of the names. I know most of the characters. Then there's another issue we're gonna bring up
What do we got?
I want to get your take on it. But like I said, on both sides of the spectrum, it don't take jumping off the cage in order, in order to make a match, every time, because it's just unnecessary. Now, you was talking about the women just now, and it's not just they don't just do this with the women. They do it across the board. Shayna Baszler has done great work in NXT. I give her that, right?
Sure, well,
she gets called up. All right. She gets called up to WWE and gets a starring role in WrestleMania. When you got a whole bunch of other females that have been there in the back and they watching this happen, and this is the kind of stuff that drive me nuts. Should she have gotten that spot in WrestleMania that she's getting? Just now getting called up. She just got called up yesterday, and now she's in a semi-main feature match at WrestleMania. Is that fair to the other women that's not even going to get on the card? That's been there. Put in work.
I think you have to look at it from the point of view of what's going to make the best show for the fans. Sometimes you have to take your own personal wishes and ambitions and desire out of it. Is it fair to someone that's on the road 150 days per year to not get a spot on WrestleMania for a newcomer or a celebrity or something like that? In theory, no. But you know what? You've heard the saying, I'm sure, many times in your life, life's not fair. I mean, it's about making WrestleMania or whatever the show is as big and bold and spectacular as humanly possible. So, WWE has such a small roster of women. I mean, those matches have all been seen before. It's difficult to come up with something fresh and original, which is why they need the NXT call-ups, in my opinion.
I'm not saying that they don't need to get called up, but I'm saying in rewinding the tape back to what my original conversation was. Keeping the talent happy so they don't have the feeling to jump over to someplace else. And calling somebody up from NXT and slighting some other people, like you said, spend 150 days on the road, paid their dues this year, deserving of it, but you call somebody else just up from NXT, and then they get the spot that other people probably feel like they deserve. Is that a way to keep somebody from going to AEW when their contract is up?
It is definitely a way to keep them feeling creatively unfulfilled. I tell you, as someone that has worked in wrestling, enjoys wrestling, is a WWE stockholder, I was so beyond disappointed to see Angel Garza leave the company. Not Angel Garza, Andrade leave the company when he was released within the past week or so by the time this airs tonight. Just unbelievable. You talk about a high-quality athlete. He hasn't even hit his peak yet, 31 years old, in a relationship with Charlotte, one of the top female superstars of the company. Someone that should have been groomed for the main events, in my opinion, and instead was sitting in catering doing nothing since an angle with The Fiend last fall. And now he's going to go make money for some other company that should be WWE. And especially at a time when WWE is such presenting shows with the same characters over. How many Nia Jax segments does someone want to sit through in one night? How many Miz segments or Sheamus segments does someone want to sit through in one night on one show? It's overwhelmingly boring to me. And that's the biggest problem with it, is there's no reason to make it must-see TV. There's no variety to it when you see the exact same people on the same shows every week, a lot of the times facing the same people in repetitive matches or involved in repetitive scenarios, and it's killing them.
Well, okay, maybe you could solve a mystery for me, because I've been wondering something. Where's Alicia Fox?
She is under a Legends contract now. She's not a full-time talent anymore.
Oh.
After she cost Don Anderson her job, which was delightful. Because she wrestled drunk and Arn Anderson was the agent.
Yeah. That day, is that what happened?
Yeah. different points of view from different people, but right, she showed up drunk and, went out and performed, and Arn didn't stop it. I don't know if Arn was aware or not, or how much of the responsibility fell on his shoulders as opposed to hers. I think they'd both go, not just one of them, but Alicia had some, how can we say it politically correct? Situations that attempted to be more than professional with some executives, I was told, or an executive in the company, I was told, and drank with them several years back. So I think she was pretty much bulletproof, and unfortunately, a great legend like Arn Anderson that actually contributed to the industry for decades was out, and someone that contributed nothing to the industry for her entire run to WWE other than being a little eye candy and maybe a nice human being is still getting the check every 2 weeks.
A nice human being, is that what we call it?
She might be. I don't know. I don't know her.
No. She is. I mean, no. I lost contact with her because the reason why I'm asking and concerned was because I had her number in my other phone, and I was like working towards being a mentor for her.
Oh, really? Okay.
I would speak to her, and we would text often. But like I said, I lost her number and I haven't heard from her, but I haven't seen her on TV, and I've just been hearing different things. So, she
showed up earlier in the year on that Legends Raw they used to kick off 2021. She was on.
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that.
Yeah, but she's not full time anymore. She's just talk about an insult to the term legend, but she's on one of the Legends deals, I believe.
No, okay.
So she's still getting the payday, which I guess is good for her. But Oscar, we're beginning to run out of time. Within maybe the last minute or two, tell the fans what they can expect in the weeks, the months, hopefully years to come on our Monday Night Raw pre-show with Wrestling Insiders with Oscar, the man on a mission himself.
Dan and I have a rapport like you wouldn't believe. He knows all the right questions to ask. I'm open to answer. The reason why this show is going to be good is because in any show or any interview that I'm open. I'm not gonna plead the fifth. I'm not gonna dodge questions. I'm gonna give you the best answer I can give, but it's gonna be truthful. You're gonna get my honest opinion about how things are going on TV and off, just not just in wrestling, but in the world. And you're gonna have a great point of view. You're gonna agree with it. I'm gonna give you something to agree with or dispute in high fashion, and Dan is going to ask all the right questions, and we're going to be able to bounce back and forth and have intelligent, great, hilarious discussions. So it's going to be something you're going to enjoy, so stay tuned.
Like Batman and Robin, brother.
Yeah, you go.
But you're the one in blue. I'm the sidekick.
If that's how you want to put it.
Well, I don't know. We're still trying to figure out what's going on with I guess now the way to terminologize it would be the former Tuesday night partner in crime, Tony Atlas.
Yeah, you got to stay on because you got to stay on even after we run out of time because we did not discuss that.
We're going to have to save Tony for next week, I guess. We don't want to run into Raw because I think the numbers for our show will drop dramatically once Raw goes on the air. But for those fans that are unfamiliar with it, Tony is in a unique world. I don't know if he's running his Facebook, if he has someone else running his Facebook, but it has not been a good couple of weeks, and you can find out more on social media with that. Oscar she shared some in-depth insight, which I respected a great deal last time we spoke, and maybe we'll talk more about it on episode 2 next week.
All right, yeah, we definitely got to get into it because maybe something will have developed by then. But what you want to do is between now and then, get more into it, get more answers, and if you can, mend some fences. And then that will be a great conversation to have.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. If you have any questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions for the man on a mission, if you're watching the premiere on YouTube Monday night at 7, use the little chat box on the right side of the screen, or leave a question in the comment section below, or even shoot us an email, bw@bostonwrestling.com. For Oscar himself, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Monday night, 7 p.m., where Oscar and I talk the WWE Hall of Fame inductions, Tony Atlas, and more. Good night.
Good night.
WrestleMania 14 was sold out at the Fleet Center in Boston Sunday, March the 28th. 1998 was there front and center with future Boston Wrestling MWF co-owner Neil Manolian. In the opening contest, the Legion of Doom with Sonny won a 15 tag team battle royal, last eliminating the new Midnight Express. WWF Light Heavyweight Champion Taka Michinoku retained the title over Aguila. WWF European Champion Triple H retained the title over Owen Hart, with Sergeant Slaughter and Chyna handcuffed to each other. Mark Mero and Sable beat Goldust and Luna Vachon. WWF Intercontinental Champion The Rock retained the title over Ken Shamrock via reverse decision. Jennifer Flowers was special guest referee, who was introduced by Tennessee Lee and escorted to the ring by Jeff Jarrett. In a dumpster match, Cactus Jack and Terry Funk defeated the tag team champions, the New Age Outlaws, to win the titles. The Undertaker victorious over Kane, who tombstoned Pete Rose before the match. And in the main event, Stone Cold Steve Austin defeated the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion Shawn Michaels to win the title, with Mike Tyson as guest enforcer. On the night the Austin era begun in what was Shawn Michaels' final match until SummerSlam 2002. If you were at WrestleMania Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati. MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Hope you guys enjoyed getting to know Oscar and his lovely wife, Dreamy Mimi, a little bit. 2 good people I've really enjoyed getting to know over the past 6+ years. And now, not even sure how to describe what's up next, guys. And what could be, but hopefully not, the finale of the series. It's WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas's Wrestling Insiders at your house. This week, Tony discusses how Vince McMahon singled him out for being black, the Junkyard Dog, Mr. Fuji drugging wrestlers, and more. Again, as I've noted, I'm still hopeful that with some direct communication and an apology, we can smooth things out and in time have Tony back with us. While we certainly didn't make the man rich between his studio appearances, autograph signings, artwork, personal appearances we set up for him, along with the return of Boston Wrestling MWF live in-ring events later in 2021, and other events we'd work on together like WrestleCon down in New York. Tony's losing a lot of predictable income at a time when he's been hit hard by the pandemic, and his lovely wife, Monica, she's been in the hospital going on 2 years in June. Hopefully common sense will come into play. I've been told by people within the business they believe the person running his Facebook has been trying to create trouble. I don't know, but I hope he's outed for it if he is. I care about Tony Atlas, the human being, very much. You guys have heard Tony say on these shows how I have gone above and beyond to try and help him financially when he's been broke. And that's out of my own wallet, not some corporate bank account. It's going to be sad if Tony goes, but, there's a lot of superstars out there that want to join us. But again, hopefully things with Tony can be worked out. Anyways, here is Tony Atlas at your house.
The Patriots is the easiest team in the MFL to beat.
How is that?
They got one weapon. You shut that one weapon down, they done. See, the Patriots never developed a running game. See, what people don't realize about with the running game, if you want to keep people off of Tom Brady, you have a running game. What these runners do, anybody that play football, they wear out the linemen. So they can't blitz. They wear you out. Them linemen are 300 pounds, they don't have a lot of wind. So if you keep running into them, after a while they get tired. That's what was the team they played last week? Week before last that killed them. Who was it? The Titans. They had this guy, 6'4", 250 pounds, that pound the hell out of the Patriots. The last touchdown that guy made, you watch the Patriots. They didn't even want to tackle this man no more. They did this when he went by. One guy did. You know how they dive and try to tackle him? Because he ran hard and they got tired. They kept running and kept running and kept running. And they kept blitzing Brady. And the line broke down. Brady is only as good as his protection. That line break down, and then they didn't have Gronkowski out there, somebody big, that could catch them high balls and all this stuff. The only hell was Element. I think Hogan got knocked out of the game early, right? Hogan got hurt.
Yeah.
So, see, that's why people always get Drew Bledsoe. Bledsoe was a hell of a quarterback. He only had one person that he could go to, Ben Coates.
Yeah.
When Ben Coates wasn't out there, he had nobody could catch the ball.
I didn't realize you were that big of a Patriots fan, Tom.
Oh, yeah, I watched it.
Who's your favorite Patriot?
Right now?
Yeah.
Gronkowski.
You like Gronk?
Well, he's a team. He's the only one that Brady could go to no matter what. He pulled Brady out of so many freaking spots. And you see what happened when Gronkowski not there?
Right.
You think he'll go into wrestling at all?
Huh?
You think he'll go into wrestling?
Yep.
He's been poking around into it.
I think he could go with the wrestling if he could get out of football after this year.
Healthy, somewhat healthy. Right?
All right, so we still rolling, buddy?
Yeah. He gonna be a paralegion if he keep playing.
Yeah, he's pretty
He
banged
take
up.
a hell of a beating for the Patriots. He's the most dedicated guy out there. But see, the Patriots never kept a good running game. They put everything on Brady. So you shut Brady down. Is that right, brother? When Brady's not out there, you're a football fan, right? When Brady's not out there, what is the Patriot? See?
All right, Tony, you ready, brother?
They put yeah, I read, but it's an old saying that they used to say about wrestling. They used to build a territory around one wrestler. Vince stopped doing that.
That's what the Patriots need to do. All right.
They put everything around one person. And you go to get that one person down, you ain't got to worry about the rest. They only got one person to worry about on the team. Brady, that's it.
All right.
Just don't give him time.
All right.
If you don't give Brady time, you beat the Patriot every day.
All right.
But if he got time,
then
he
forget
eat your
about it.
lunch.
Yeah. All right. All right, Tony. 5, 4, 3.
Wrestling fans, welcome back. If you only could have been in studio for this time out, Tony was sharing some of his thoughts.
And my runny nose.
And his runny nose and his runny mouth. But that's a different story for a different time. Tony, we've talked about 3 great African-American Hall of Famers that you've known throughout your time. One more before we hit the road this month. Junkyard Dog, man that was a peer of yours in WWF, a fellow Hall of Famer, much like yourself. A man that caused the New Orleans wrestling scene to explode in the early 80s when he was working with Bill Watts and the Booker, the Big Cat Ernie Ladd.
Junkyard Dog was a wonderful person. His life was cut short too soon. I felt his life was cut short too soon. He put a new look to wrestle. Most wrestlers had to have a certain image to call themselves. They have what they call good guys and bad guys. Now, Dog came out looking like a bad guy, but was a good guy.
Yeah.
He wrestled like a bad guy, but, you know, he got cheered. Come out with the big dog collar around his neck with the chain and howling at the moon, you know. So it was unusual to see a guy that project a bad image, but got positive response from it. And he was, I ain't gonna say he was not a good wrestler, but he was not a wrestler.
He wasn't technically sound.
He was not technically. He was not like a Bob Orton or Terry Funk or anything like that.
He was charisma and he was gimmick.
More of a showman.
Yeah.
Than a wrestler. Now, when you talk about black wrestler, you got to get there like Skip Young. Dory Dixon was the best I've ever seen in my life.
Dory Dixon?
Dory Dixon.
Never heard of Dory.
Absolute. He wrestled like Rey Mysterio.
Did he?
Yeah,
he was. What territory was Dory Dixon?
Dory Dixon was. Anybody could tell you he was amazing.
Well, you tell us about Dory Dixon. I
Dory
have no
Dixon,
idea who you're talking
moves.
about.
A lot of these moves you see guys do now, Dory Dixon did them years ago.
But who is he?
He never.
What territory would he be best known from?
He wrestled a lot around Texas. And Mexico and overseas a lot. He wrestled a lot in Europe. See, a lot of guys did not make it in the territory. The reason for, in the WWF, they had room for maybe 2 black wrestlers. One on top, one on the bottom. NWA, 1 black wrestler, 1 on top, 1 on the bottom. So you have a lot of wrestlers that, if, like, let's say, for example, if Rufus R. Freight Train Jones is in Charlotte, then no black guy could go there. Rocky Johnson called Vince a lot to come into the WWF years ago. Vince told him every time, Vince Sr. now, not Junior. He said, I got Tony Atlas and I got SD. If one of them should leave, then I would give you a spot here. I left. That's how Rocky came in.
When you
but if I had
walked
never left, Rocky would have never went WWF.
Really?
That's how it was. If they had 1 Japanese, they would not bring another one. 2 at the most of every minority, you know. That's why you only saw Fuji. Think about all, like I was saying, thousands of Indians.
We're not going to get going on that again.
But
I want to know who
when you
these
talk about
thousands
wrestler,
of Native Americans are
well,
that
how
Chief
many
J.
you
Strongbow
saw,
held back.
Think about it. Back in the 70s and the 80s, how many you saw in the WWF?
I'm not saying there were a lot of them. What I'm saying is that I don't think there are dozens of Native American wrestlers, never mind thousands.
Oh, no, there was thousands because they had the territories all over the country back then.
And you're trying to tell me there were thousands of Indian wrestlers all over the country.
Yeah, yeah.
In 30 territories.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what? You lived the life.
Yeah. But see, a lot of them, what y'all don't realize, a lot of them, they couldn't make it here, like George Wells. They would go to Canada. You had Stampede. You just didn't have America. A lot of them went to Mexico. A lot of them went in and out of Japan.
These Indians had to leave the country.
Abdullah the Butcher. When you look at the territory Abdullah the Butcher worked, he worked 1 here. Georgia, that was it.
Yeah.
He never worked for Vince. He never worked for Vern Gagne. But he's popular. He did most of his work in Japan. See? So you had a lot of Native American and blacks and other minorities that could not get work here. So they went to other places. Yes, I would say thousands. Yes, yeah. So
thousands
they went black.
of Native
Over
American
the years,
wrestlers.
yeah. During the period that he was there, thousands that probably had went and didn't get a break because Chief would not let them in. Tatanka was lucky. Tatanka, one of the best Indian wrestlers I was seeing in my life, was Wahoo McDaniels.
And he was a real Indian.
He was a real Indian, but he was the roughest, toughest, best. Him and Ric Flair, they set the territory on fire. He was on the cover of magazines and everything. Never went to WWF. Why?
Chief J. Strongbow.
Chief J. Strongbow.
Well, there were so many similarities between the two's character at that point.
No.
They were both Indians.
That's the
They
problem.
both wore the big headdress.
No, that was the problem. They were both Indians. See, you're right. They're both Indian.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's not like he was a wrestler coming in as Ed McDaniel that didn't have the
You didn't
similar
see
look.
his match.
What do you mean?
If you saw Wahoo wrestle, you would never look at Chief again.
Oh, you can't even
Are you
compare the
kidding
two.
me?
Chief J. Strongbow was as light as one of the feathers that he had on his head.
Yeah, but when you
Wahoo
saw
went out
Wahoo,
and chopped the shit out of
Wahoo
him. Yeah.
McDaniel was, I mean, when you saw his match and him and Ric Flair and Johnny Valentine.
You believed.
My God, what matches them guys had. And why they never pick him up, I don't know.
You believed when you watched them. Well, you have to say that the McMahons were loyal to Chief J.
Yeah. But no, Chief would do things to destroy them. It wasn't that they was loyal to Chief J. They would do things. Wrestlers back then knew how to cut your throat before you even got through the door.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, give me an example.
Like, for example, if they hear that Dan Morello is coming and you're Italian, and the top guy, the top Italian wrestler in that territory, he would even make up stuff to go tell the promoter.
Really?
Yeah, to keep him from bringing you in. They do anything, and then once you there, they do stuff to make sure that you get fired. Just like you ask them for direction. They say, how would I get to the Boston Coliseum? They would give you direction to Worcester.
Wrong. Yeah, oh, I get you.
Now you're late.
Yeah.
Because you went to the wrong building.
Well, it's
they had all type of ways of doing it. Fuji would drug you.
He drug you?
Yeah, he drug your ass. So weird. He would get cookies.
And he'd put drugs in the cookies?
LSD.
Really?
LSD and cookies. Every wrestler knew this. That other brand of Fuji.
Can you remember anyone that he ever got with these LSD-filled
He did it to Ron
cookies?
Shaw. He did it to Uncle Elmer. He did it to JYD.
He gave him the LSD-filled cookies?
Yeah.
And how did JYD react to them?
He would crawl around the floor barking. On the hands and knees on the floor. We took him to the hotel, and Dog got down on his hands and knees and started crawling around in the lobby on his hands and knees.
You know, we're getting signals, Tony, but they always fail to remember that I cannot see.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff.
I see it. Does that look like a 2, a 3?
Yeah.
3, 2, 2, 0. All right, sounds good. All right, Tony, unbelievable. I don't even know who that is. Is that the puppet? I don't.
Yeah, Fuji give you LSD, man.
All right, well, you know what, Tony? I feel like I'm ready to crawl around on the floor and bark like a dog. But Junkyard Dog, he had some pretty serious drug problems.
Well,
Khosrow Vaziri said Neidhart and JYD were the only two that could hang with him.
I wouldn't say it was any worse than anybody else's. It was that he was not in a position to do what they do.
What do you mean?
I've been in a room with Dog, and I had a motto. No matter what, 12 o'clock, I go to sleep. That was my motto. I don't care if it's 6 women in the room. I don't care if it's drugs in the room. Alcohol. Time, the day was over to me. At 11:30, no matter where I'm at, I started heading towards my room. I do it right now today. I started heading towards my room. Because I had to get up in the morning. I had to be in the gym at 7 every morning. Because I knew my money was in my physique.
Exactly.
If I lost my physique, I can't party no more. So I would always leave the room. I would see guys set up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then the next morning, I go banging on the door trying to wake them up. I've seen it 1,001 times.
Did that happen with JYD?
Yep, but he wasn't the only one that was in the room that they had to get up. But he was the only one that got punished for it.
Now, how did JYD get punished?
Well, they stopped promoting him and stopped doing things for him. You could see it in the way they.
As far as how he was booked.
Right.
Well,
you get on. They take you. They had like a team and a B team
and even a C team.
Right. And then all of a sudden he's wrestling in he normally would be at the Boston Garden. Now he's in Pittsburgh.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of Boston.
But is it fair to say that Junkyard Dog? God bless you, sir.
Yeah, but the guy that brought him the dope, Adrian Donald, Jesse Ventura, that sat in there did as much as he did, they in the Garden.
Well, JYD was in terrible condition.
Well, they were too. Adrian was horrible.
Adrian could still go.
Dog could too. But
no. The last couple of years Junkyard Dog was in WWF, you think he was mobile? I don't.
Well, see,
he was a shell of himself.
Well, see, the way I look at it, they could have done something to help him.
They could have sent him to rehab, maybe.
They didn't want to. See, you was on your own.
They wanted him on the road.
Well, yeah, but they did things for these other guys. I seen them do it. Yeah,
I know Jake they sent in '87.
Yeah, because Curry Von Erich used to come in. They used to take Curry Von Erich and throw him in the shower.
And this is during his WWF run?
Yeah. Just sober him up so he go in the ring.
Yeah.
Throw him in the shower. Dog come in stone. They talk about him. We saw how different they treat him, because he couldn't do what they do. He didn't realize that. Thunderbolt Palliser told me, and I don't mean to sound racist, he told me one day I came in drunk and stoned with Tommy Wildfire Rich, who's a very, very good friend of mine. And Thunderbolt Palliser put him over the side. We were late for the show. And he said, Tony, you can't do what them white wrestlers do and keep a job. He told me that. So about 20 years later, I saw Thunderbolt at Wrestle Cage down in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. And I told him what he told me. He looked at me and said, well, did I lie? Vince McMahon came to me, Jimmy Snuka, Ronnie Piper, and all of us guys. And we was missing shows. Greg Valentine. We missed the show. He was pissed. He didn't say nothing to Greg Valentine, didn't say nothing to Honky Tonk Man, didn't say nothing to Snuka, came straight to me. He said, I need to make an example out of you. But he didn't say nothing to Snuka.
Well, can I play devil's advocate with you for a second? Do you think that maybe you were the one that was singled out where you had a history in the past of missing shows?
Nope.
No.
We always doing it.
Well, but I mean, you had a reputation. I mean, you lost out on...
No, I did not. No, I don't know
you
where
didn't have a reputation.
Nope.
You vanished from the company for 8 months,
Nope,
and you didn't have a reputation.
Company. That is one company.
I understand that, but you were not the most reliable at that point. You also missed out on the chance to win the tag team titles with S.D. Jones in Philadelphia because you vanished.
I walked out on them, and I came back.
Right.
But a lot of other guys did too, and came back and made money. Hogan left them, came back, made money. Snuka left, came back, made money. Slaughter left them and tried to sue them, came back and made money.
The Slaughter situation was an interesting one.
Yeah, about the G.I. Joe thing.
Not only did he leave, he wanted to try and unionize the boys.
Exactly. It came back and made money.
Came back and made a lot of money, yep. Well, you did get to go back. You did.
But
maybe
not to make money.
Not in that position.
Not to make money.
Not in a top main event
not
position.
Not to make money. See, he would bring you back, but he'd bring you back in a lower spot.
Right.
He brought me back to job me out.
He did.
For that, he could have left me alone. He didn't bring Snuka back and job him out.
Oh, he did.
No.
Come on, get the sneeze up.
I was there. I was there when the girl got killed and everything else, and all the money was paid off and all this and that stuff.
But are you talking about when he brought Jimmy back in '89?
Right. Yeah.
From '89 to '92, Jimmy, other than Honky Tonk Man, there wasn't any program.
Yeah, but he didn't lose his job over a death. Hogan got busted with a gun, steroids, and everything else. Still kept his job. I could go on and on and on and on. Ronnie Piper got beat up the stewardess on the airplane, kept his job. I could go on. I see, brother. I've seen it.
I'm not denying it. I just try and look at it from every angle because it interests me.
But he told me himself, I need to make an example out of you.
Well, you seem, and I don't know, you're not exactly saying this, but you make it, to me, feel like he singled you out because you were black.
Yes.
My point is,
Patterson told me that.
like I said, I do not know of any widespread stories of Piper missing shots when he was on top, but in your instance, you even said before, they could not trust you for a period of time because you vanished.
Well, I'll admit to my wrongdoing.
Okay.
I walked out on him.
Right.
But when I added up everything I did, come out maybe 3 or 4 shows.
Outside of when you left.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I never took him to court.
No?
He was in court for people. Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Sheik got busted with cocaine on the highway. Did it hurt Hacksaw in it?
Yes, it did.
No, he didn't.
He was gone for
He's still there.
Well, he was gone for how long when it
He's
happened?
still there, never left. He
Yes,
was
he
still
did.
on the payroll.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He was gone
Ask him.
for half a year. Sheik was gone for over a year.
I came back, made money.
He made a lot of money.
That's what I'm saying.
At the same time, he didn't get busted with the coke.
But you see, you're not listening to yourself talk. All of them came back and made money. Tony Atlas didn't come back and make money. That's the point you keep missing. They all came back and made money, and Son Away was a short stock on the way. And trust me, they got paid during the time they was off.
All right, let me throw this one at you, Tony, since we're kind of on a roll right now. We just did an episode back on Royal Rumble weekend in January.
But to heal myself, I only look at my participation.
Right.
I figure if I had missed them 3 or 4 shows, I would have been okay.
I didn't realize it was that few.
Yeah, ask Tito. Yeah, ask anybody.
I know you missed the night you were supposed to get the tag titles, and I know you vanished from the company for 8 months. I thought you were missing shows more regularly than that.
No.
So you've corrected me.
Yeah.
Do you think, and again, we did a whole episode on 1990 into 91 when you came back as Saba Simba. Do you think their original intent was to bring you in and turn you into a jobber? Or do you think that maybe they thought this Saba Simba idea was something they could invest money in and turn into a player on the roster? Do you think Saba Simba was set up to fail?
Yes.
From day one?
Day one.
Really? Why is that?
You see, this is what happened.
All right.
I was working for Mario Savoda.
Right.
ICW. Well, Tony Rumble called Kevin Sullivan. He wasn't the booker then, he was working down there. Kevin Sullivan talked to Ole Anderson. Ole Anderson was my trainer, one of my trainers. Ole said, I got this great idea, and I know you can get the job done. He said, I want you to grow out your beard, grow your hair out. He said, we're going to dye it solid white. Dye your beard solid white. And you're going to be sitting in the audience in a suit. That's what Ole was telling me. Ric Flair going to come out and talk about there's no good black wrestlers left. You know.
Oh, can you imagine how that would get over today?
Well, yeah, but that time it was okay.
This is 89.
It was
90.
okay there. So he's going to insult all the black wrestlers. So he said, look at this old man here. I could whoop this old man. So I supposed to act like I'm old, fever and everything, and I supposed to get in the ring. Flair's supposed to jump on me for a little bit, throw me into the rope. I reverse it, throw him in the rope, pick him up for the press slam, slam him, rip my coat off where people could see the body. And I was supposed to work angle with Flair. Ole, don't call me and talk to him about it. So I told Mario that I got a chance to go into WCW. Mario called Vince. Said, Vince, you know Tony going to WCW. Vince said, get him to the office. Vince called me. Mario Savoda drove me from Maine to Stanford.
Yeah.
I went off and talked to Vince. Vince signed me up that day. I called Ole. I told Ole that I'm going back with Vince. Ole said, you're making a mistake of your life. Ole Anderson told me, said, you're making a mistake of your life. He said, we got it all set up for you. I was supposed to have left the same time as Cactus Jack, because he was with Mario too. So me and Cactus Jack were supposed to go together. I took my plane ticket. You can ask him. I gave my plane ticket to WCW to Rick Fuller.
To Rick Fuller, really?
Rick Fuller went down and took my place. I gave it, when they kept calling for me, I gave it to Rick Fuller. Rick Fuller went down. Now, the first show, a buddy man taped it. My first match is Saba Simba. I'm coming through the aisle. Ronnie Piper said, that ain't no Saba Simba, that's Tony Atlas. He put me in the Royal Rumble. Last one in, I was in the Royal Rumble for what, 30 seconds?
Short period of time. And that, I believe, was your last night during that run. Do you know how much they were going to offer you in WCW to go in?
I didn't wrestle in WrestleMania.
Well, you were gone before that.
Yeah, $175,000 a year.
From WCW. And what did you wind up getting from WWE?
100.
You wound up making 100, or that's what you were going to get for a full
That was
year?
the offer. They wanted to give me $100,000 a year. WCW 175.
So why did you
The
wind
Iron
up?
Sheik went down from 260, wrestled one show, and still got paid, but
That was an administrative error. I remember that.
No, all the guys were doing it. There was a lot of guys went down and they got paid. People that wasn't working. On and off all these guys. They couldn't perform anymore.
Well, what happened with Sheik was he was so bad, they just didn't want to use him.
Yeah.
Then because it was out of sight, out of mind, they didn't realize that his contract was set to roll over.
Still got paid.
So it rolled over again for another year. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this before we go, Tony. I hear the music playing in the background. Were you on the tour, I think it was on Australia, when the Sheik and Junkyard Dog shared a bag of popcorn that had the crack rocks in the bottom of it?
No.
I heard that was quite the plane ride.
I don't remember that one.
You don't remember that one? Well, any final thoughts about JYD before we go?
I wish he had lived longer. You know, it's kind of a shame that he died at such a young age. I still thought, even though with his problem that, because towards the end he was pretty much straightening it out.
He died in a car accident. It had nothing to do with drugs, yeah.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with drugs. He went to see his daughter graduate. Went to his daughter graduation, and he had to make a show the next day. Instead of staying over and leaving early in the morning, he decided to drive that night.
Yeah. Real shame. Real shame.
Cost him his life. Cost him his life, yeah.
Well, all right, wrestling fans, another very memorable edition of Memories and Legends. We're going to be back next month as the road to WrestleMania 35 continues. We're going to look back at the 2006 WWE Hall of Fame ceremony when Tony Atlas, amongst other great legends, were inducted in Chicago, Illinois. It's going to be a lot of fun. Like all of our episodes on Memories and Legends are, as Tony tries to throw his filthy Kleenex at me.
Filthy
Kleenex at me. Filthy Kleenex. Those Kleenex could go legs and run away. You've been blowing into them for so long.
I need a hit, brother. You didn't put a land out there, brother. I know you got some of that land. Lay some out on the table, man.
All right,
so we can celebrate the new year.
I feel like the Sheik's back. All right, for the Hall of Fame with Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. Till we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well.
These halls got helping
on the table.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Wallen-Poopak Area High School in Howley, Pennsylvania, Friday, March the 30th, 1984. In the opening contest, Invader number 2 beat Pete Sanchez, who replaced Rene Goulet. B. Brian Blair with the win over Ron Shaw, who replaced Israel Matia. Invader number 1 drew Tiger Chung Lee. Tony Gurria, who replaced Tony Atlas, and WWF Tag Team Champion Rocky Johnson defeated the Wild Samoans. And in the main event, Rocky Johnson, who replaced Ivan Putski, with the win over Greg the Hammer Valentine. If you were in Hawley Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to help keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
What did you think of that one, folks? You never know what to expect to come out of Tony's mouth. And I know that now personally, as I fell victim to it on his Facebook, whether it was he or someone else running the page that created that work of fiction. As we continue our Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, we again ask that you give us a big thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. It lets YouTube know you enjoy what we do. We want to bring you more great content 7 days a week, but need your help in reaching the millions of fans, especially those that loved 80s and 90s wrestling, that can't stand sports entertainment. Let them know we exist. Once they find us, I think a lot will love us. This past Wednesday night on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition, we had the return of the Warlord for another top-notch episode from a first-class guy. This week, the Warlord discusses the Big Boss Man. Owen Hart is the Blue Blazer and Owen's tragic passing. Terry Taylor is the Red Rooster. The Iron Sheik's brief return. Working at Madison Square Garden for the first time, and much more as the Warlord relives the summer of 1988 in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Special Edition, where we've had so many great guests join us as we've wrapped up 2020 into 2021. We have Tony Atlas every Tuesday. We have Marty Jannetty every Thursday. John Cena Sr. every Friday. And now it's almost like those cable news shows at night. We have rotating guests coming on the talk shows, and it's been a lot of fun to get different perspectives on the same time in wrestling, on different times in wrestling. And we hope to continue that. Your feedback means everything to us, so we can know what you like, what you dislike. The premiere over to my right, if you're watching the debut of the program, chat along with us respectfully with your fellow fans and let us know what you think. The Super Chat button is always open if you want to help us keep the lights on and tip the bartender. And as always, we got to mention that Patreon, baby. The more Patreons we have, the more great wrestling legends and veterans we can keep working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You get early ad-free access to every episode, along with our extensive studio shoot interview DVD library, and even some exclusive content you can't find anywhere else. Cheap plugs out of the way, we're back to the world of the World Wrestling Federation in 1988. The Powers of Pain are newcomers. We've discussed a little bit about that. Let me ask you this. Now that we've become friendly, I'll go with Terry. Mm-hmm. Close personal friends now. Did you notice any resentment from some of the top baby faces in the company? that, you know, you guys walk in fresh out of WCW, or NWA, I should say at that point. You hadn't been around that long. You're put into Strikeforce's spot. These guys have been on the road on the WWF schedule, maybe thinking they earned their shot to work the loops with Demolition and get that big tag team title money. Did you notice any of that?
No, not really in that stuff. Everybody treated us really good.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I never felt any resentment from anybody. But we didn't have egos. We didn't come up with any, we're this or we're that. We weren't that way.
So you helped your own cause.
Yeah, we weren't that way. Barbie, we're very down to earth, very, very humble. Very.
Another man that made his debut and came from the NWA right around the same time you guys did, and worked with the company for the duration you were there. Another gentleman that unfortunately passed away far too soon, the late Ray Traylor, the Big Boss Man.
Big Boss
Any
Man.
early memories of the Boss Man? A heavier Boss Man before he lost all that weight.
Yeah,
and
actually,
looked great.
when he was in the NWA, of course I was singles there pushing me and that stuff, you know. I went out with Baby Doll. She was my manager. And got involved in some of the matches of the Midnight Express. And of course, you know, Ray Traylor was their bodyguard. And we actually had a show in Greensboro. Actually, it was before that, where we did something for a TV, and Ray came up and hit me with a full thing of quarters. And when he hit me, they flew all over. Of course, I took the bump. I was down, and they went all over. It just flew everywhere, you know. So now it's set up for a match that him and me were going to have in Greensboro, North Carolina. So we were in Greensboro, North Carolina, and we did the match. And at the end, went out of the ring. And you know, back then, you know, on the ground, you know, we didn't have mats like they do today. It was concrete. And I trusted him. He pulled me up like the Undertaker used to do, and boom, my head into the concrete, you know. So after that, of course, you know, I was down. They had to put a neck brace on me and all that stuff, you know, and you know, that was pretty much it in the NWA. And then he took off to the WWF, and then, you know, shortly after that, or actually, not at that point, we actually went to Kansas City. So now we were in Kansas City, all working and that stuff. And actually, Boss Man lived with me in an apartment. We split an apartment, for a while. Yeah, Ray and me and that stuff, you know. And then they came in, and the NWA took some of the guys, and they left me behind, which is probably for the better, because I learned a lot more about the business out there, and I was able to also go to Japan for 6 weeks, which was very helpful for me. It taught me a lot about wrestling and what you got to do. And then, of course, I went back to the NWA after that. And then that's when Ray took off to WWF, and then Barbie took off to WWF shortly after that. And then, of course, that's when they changed him to the Big Boss Man, which was a very good gimmick for him. He was very good at what he did. Very good. He really worked hard to learn to twirl that baton really good, everything else. And just the way his body just bent so different for a big man. I mean, he could literally sit straight up, he could arch his back and not bump. I mean, literally, you could hit him, and he would bend so far back and come back up and bend up. How the heck does he do that? I mean, I was just like, wow. I mean, it's like he's got a rubber back or something. You know, I mean, it was really good what he could do on that stuff, you know. And I was lucky enough to work with him a bunch of times too, and it was a pleasure working with him in the ring. A lot of fun.
He was a great big man. You wouldn't realize just how big he is by the way he was very smooth in the way he moved.
Yes, and he could throw great punches. He could take great bumps for a big man. You know, I mean, you know, and he also cut some great interviews.
Yeah.
He was very good at interviews. Like I say, it was a pleasure working with Ray. He was another guy who just died way too young from just something that was a hidden problem that he had. I don't think he even knew he even had. You know, it was sad. I believe I was right. He had blood clots in his legs, I believe it was.
I think it had something to do with the clotting.
Yes, the blood clots let go. From what I had understood, is he had played golf that day, I believe.
Oh.
And I believe he had he was tired after it, and he laid on the couch and just like Hawk, that was it.
Wow.
That was his wife went down to look, and that was it. You know, it was just something you would have never thought of.
I think he was the fall of '04, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it was just hard for me when I first heard about it, you know, because like I say, he stayed with me in Kansas City, everything else. We split rooms to afford everything, and just another one, I was just way too young.
There aren't many ways of life or professions in life where you expect to have peers and friends and even maybe people you don't like all that much passing away in their 30s and 40s, you know. It's tough.
Way too many. Way too many.
Another individual that came to the World Wrestling Federation after the failed Jim Crockett UWF merger, I guess you would call it, was Terry Taylor, who quickly, I guess, wanted to do things the Terry Taylor way, and it rubbed some people the wrong way. And instead of being Terry Taylor, he was certainly, I guess, repackaged is the best way to put it, as the Red Rooster.
Yeah.
Any memories early on of Terry Taylor in WWF and how he reacted to becoming a barnyard animal?
Well, I know Terry did not like the Red Rooster. He did not like the Red Rooster. He did not like taking that hair up and pulling it up like it was. And Terry was a hell of a worker.
Sure was.
Terry could work, you know. He was supposed to work a program of me, and for some reason, he really didn't want to work a program with me. I don't know if he maybe think I wasn't good enough.
Yeah, was this NWA?
No, that was WWF.
Oh, WWF? Okay.
And, you know, I never hold nothing against anybody. You know, if they got a reason for not wanting to work with me, that's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. You know, but you know, we were supposed to work some times together. It never materialized. He didn't want to do it. He just didn't want to do it. And like I say, I hold no grudges whatsoever. None. You know, I had, like I say, with the NW, I had one with the Rock and Roll Express. Ivan and me were having a match against them in Cincinnati Gardens, and they were having a beef with the NW, and Ricky just told me, throw me in, give me that big suplex, 1, 2, 3. It was like 5-second match, done. Done. And Dusty fired him right after that match.
Really?
And I hold no grudges, because years down the road, I met them in an independent show, and they apologized. Don't apologize. You did what you had to do. If that's how you felt, then you did it. And if someone didn't want to work with you, then that's the way they felt. That's fine. That's their choice. I hold no grudges. None. You know, that was just their choice.
Do you think the creation of Red Rooster was done in a way to humble or even embarrass Terry?
I think more embarrassed.
Yeah.
I don't think humble, because, you know.
Did it humble him?
No. No. Terry, everybody knew Terry was a good worker. He was. Terry was a good worker. You know, he was another one. He could work with anybody, but he could also make or break you. He could make you look good or make you look terrible.
Yeah.
He could work. Yeah.
I always had nice experiences with him when he was the head of talent relations with TNA.
Yep.
When we would book talent through that office, and I thought he was an awfully nice guy. But then again, he was never my peer as a co-worker on the road.
Terry.
You know?
Terry, I never had no problems with Terry. I like Terry a lot. I like him to this day when I see him. You know, I think he's a good mind in the business, because he's been not only in wrestling, but he's been in the office, both.
Yeah.
So he's been in the best of both worlds. So he understands it both ways.
And he's got a great position now with WWE, training down in NXT.
That's what I'm saying. He'll teach those guys right.
Yeah.
He will teach them to work. Teach them to work, and that's so important. You know, it's so important.
That was a great selection by Triple H when he put Terry Taylor in that position.
Yes.
In my opinion, that's all it is one man's opinion.
Yep.
But fans are far more interested in yours than mine. July 1988. I remember being a kid, getting the Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazines back in the days when there were probably over a dozen different wrestling magazines that came out every month. It was almost like Christmas when you'd go into the bookstores.
Yeah.
I remember opening up the Pro Wrestling Illustrated a couple of months after the fact, because back in those days, it took magazines a while to be printed.
Yeah.
But in the center of the Pro Wrestling Illustrated, on the top section, you find out that on July 4th, that Adrian Adonis passed away. You find out later in July that Bruiser Brody was actually murdered in a wrestling locker room. What was the reaction to the guys of losing, you know, two well-established stars within just a couple of weeks of each other?
You know, I really didn't know Adrian Adonis very well, because of course it happened before we came there.
Right.
And I never met Bruiser.
Oh, really?
I heard great stories about Bruiser Brody. I knew his mentality in wrestling, how tough he was, and it was when you go in the ring, it's an all-out fight with him. You know, he was believable, very believable. Whereas Adrian was a total different kind of gimmick, you know. I know in Newfoundland, when I was in WWF, we were actually on the road where he went off the road, and that's where he got killed. And we were going by, some of the guys pointed to me and said, that's where Adrian died. That's where his car went off. Wow. Over in Newfoundland, that one spot. You know, and that was, wow, it's different. Different, you know. And of course, you know, hearing the story how Bruiser died, which was terrible. Just because you got a beef in the ring or a beef between two people doesn't mean that somebody has a right to kill you. You know, nobody has that right, you know.
Tony Atlas, as you may or may not know,
Tony's told me about it.
He lived it, and he told the story here on the show,
Yes.
and it's haunting.
Yes, it is. Tony told me about it and that stuff, you know, and it's not a good thing.
Would it have made you hesitant to go to Puerto Rico to wrestle if you had the opportunity?
Not really, because, like I said, I don't live in fear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't live in fear in that stuff. I'm not, you know, I actually worked with Ellen Vader a few times after
did
that.
you?
Oh, yeah. I went to Puerto Rico some years later, probably like 93, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Puerto Rico for Carlos. And yeah, I worked against Ellen Vader. Never had a problem with him. You know, nothing like that and that, you know. But, you know, when you go to someplace else's land, you got to be very careful what you say and do. Because it's their land. It's their country, unfortunately. And that's exactly what happened in that situation, that he was never convicted. It's his land, his people.
The fact that the witnesses didn't even get the
Didn't even get a
paperwork
talk.
in the mail
Didn't
until
get
after
nothing.
the trial was over.
Didn't get nothing. Nope, it's their place. Puerto Rico is their land.
Well, justice was never served on that. I'm glad, though, that I don't know if you're familiar with that Dark Side of the Ring TV series that's
Yeah,
come
they
out
actually
over the past couple of
called me.
years.
They want to talk to me about something coming up in January.
Oh, really?
I'm not going to say it. People will see.
All right.
They'll see. I'll keep it just a little heads up.
Well,
but
we can, you know what? We'll look at it like this. When we have you back in the future, you can tell us about it after it is.
Yeah.
It's brought some interesting topics to light. I just don't think they go deep enough into some of them.
Yeah.
But it's a great concept.
It's a great show to show that there's just more than wrestling behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff, and some of it's very dark. Very dark.
It's a good title.
Yes, it is. It's I got people that I'm around that, you know, they always ask me about wrestling. And then they watch that show and say, Terry, was it really like that's how it was? It's showing wrestling's a great sport. You know, for the fans, for the guys, for everything. It's so much fun. If you live the life of wrestling, you've lived a life. But there's also a lot of, as they say in that, dark side of it. That when it comes out, it opens your eyes.
It's quite an underbelly.
Yeah, it opens your eyes. It really does.
It can be the greatest and the worst thing on the planet at the same time.
Both.
You meet so many great, unique, memorable human beings, and then there are some low-life, seedy people that you come
Yes,
across.
there is.
And I mean, just look at some of the topics that were covered on that Dark Side of the Ring show. I'd like to see a show sometime down the road, you know, about the more fun side of the business. You know what I mean? There is dark to it, but I think there's much more light than dark.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a lot more great memories than negative ones.
Yes, sir.
I think this show, I think, is probably maybe somewhere in the middle. I like to cover everything because I look at it like this. WWE went out and they bought all the video libraries they wanted to buy.
Yes, they did.
They own the history they want to own, and at their discretion, they can do anything they want with it.
Yes,
but
they
at the
can.
same time, there's a lot of guys out there that may not have a 3-disc DVD set like Macho Man or Roddy Piper to tell their story. And there are a lot of great guys out there that have the memories and the legends and the stories and the experiences that fans may love to hear about, and they can live on, like we've mentioned before with the action figures and different matches, live on for eternity. And I think that's part of the reason why what we do here in this studio is so important. It's different than what WWE does. It's kind of a different concept than what Dark Side of the Ring does. But again, I want these guys not only to have a place where they can come, have an easy way to earn extra income, especially when times are so tough during coronavirus. If you watch this years from now, this episode is being filmed during coronavirus times. Again, I want their stories to be documented because everybody that gave of their life, that took time away from their family to be on the road, I think their stories should be told if they want to share them. One man's opinion.
No, I agree totally, man. I mean, you know, it's very true. You know, we lived our life. We gave our hearts, our souls, our blood. We gave everything to the business, everything. You know, and
it hurts to see what a lot of the guys go through.
Yes, and we help pave it for what it is today now, which now it's larger than life now.
And now you just deserve a little payback, right?
I wish.
We could do an episode on that.
Yeah, I keep hoping on that. Something, maybe it'll happen someday.
You never know. You talk about Dark Side of the Ring, they could do a complete season on this man. Another that returned to the World Wrestling Federation just as you guys were coming in. He lasted just about as long as Shawn and Marty did in 1987, shortly after being rehired from a very infamous highway arrest in New Jersey in 1987. A man that in 2005 I almost died with, the Iron Sheik. He was groomed for a spot, at least it seemed in the interviews, for a house show run with Randy Savage, and with the snap of her fingers, he was gone within a couple of sets of TV tapings. You have memories of a 1988 Sheiky baby.
Oh, God. Sheiky. Sheiky was probably the best. When they say characters walk 'em in the USA, that's put Sheik's face on her. That's a character. He is all about the Sheik. I mean, he'll be up early in the morning. He'll be curling that mustache, curling those ends. I mean, he will, you know, I came to the gate one time, and I'm looking at him, and Sheik he's doing shrugs with his bags. I go, Sheiky, what are you doing? He goes, Warlord. He called me Warlord. I work my traps like you. I get big traps like you. Meanwhile, he's wearing those curly-toe boots like he wears in the ring at the gate, that stuff, you know. Sheik was just about Sheik. That's him. That's the real person. There's no this or that. It's Sheik. That's him. You know, Sheik he's the kind of person that make you laugh.
I have seen the best. You talk about the light and the dark of wrestling. I have seen him at his best, and I have seen him at his absolute worst. In this very studio, as a matter of fact. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but when the Iron Sheik kind of became a phenomenon to a new generation of fans on Howard Stern, it was because of this studio. He did an interview here.
Jabroni. He started that jabroni word.
He went missing.
Yep.
Eventually, we found him in an indie guy's hotel room name who gave him the medicine.
Yes.
He showed up, coked up, with no teeth, sat much closer than we are right now, spat on me for 3 hours about all the different men that he wanted to anally violate and make humble.
That's Sheik.
And a fan that bought it, loved it. When YouTube was in its infancy, they put it up on YouTube, and much to the chagrin of poor Brian Blair, the interview went crazy about the Sheik wanting to rape Brian Blair because of WrestleMania 3. If you ever told me that day, that Sunday afternoon, that interview would be seen by millions of people and heard by millions more on the Howard Stern Show, I would have said you were nuts. But I remember, and it didn't happen instantaneously. A friend of mine emailed me. I woke up one morning and he said, "You won't believe who was on Howard Stern this morning." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "You." I said, "What?" And he goes, "They're playing clips of that Sheik interview." I said, "Get out of here." And I went and I looked at the statistics for the website.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy. He was a star overnight.
I was in shock.
He was a star overnight.
And it went on for about a year, and Sheik Mania went on for a year and a half because of Howard Stern.
Yes.
And it helped get him a lot of work. We got him a lot of bookings out of it.
Yes, it did.
You know what? For the embarrassment that poor Brian Blair probably felt for his ass being talked about by so many.
But that was Sheik.
That was Sheiky, baby.
That was Sheik. I mean, there was another. In fact, it was here in Boston. That big Chinese restaurant you guys have up on the hill in Revere.
Kowloon.
Yes, huge. Sheik and me, we did something down. We did an autograph signing. We went there that night to eat. And we walk in the door. Place is always packed, huge. Walk in there, and all of a sudden the people start going, "Sheik, Sheik, Sheik, Sheik." And she looks at me and goes, "Excellent. They like the Sheik." Sheik is over. You know, I mean, it was fun. he was fun to come up because you didn't know what was going to come out of his mouth.
Never.
Or what was going to happen around Sheik. That was just Sheik. You know, he was, he's another one. He's a cartoon character.
The story that led up to our accident when we were hit by the drunk driver could be a whole episode of this show. As Al Snow says, it's not a story, it's an adventure.
Yes.
So someday,
everything's an adventure with Sheik.
If we can ever go to a restaurant and dine again someday when you're up here, I'll tell you the whole thing. It is, to think back that it actually happened still amazes me, but I feel for the poor man. Right now his poor ankle is in worse shape than Marty's was, and it's tough for him to navigate life. Yeah. But he was, in his heart, he's a very good human being.
Yes, he is.
He went from being this straight-edged Iranian, the bodyguard for the Shah, and humbling over there is, it's a way of life. It's a form of punishment. He said it's not considered a gay thing if you're the one doing the humbling to someone that committed some kind of a crime.
But it's how they grew up. It's their country.
Right.
It's their way. Every country has their own ways, and it's their ways.
It's just a little different to us.
Just a little, well, maybe not to my partner and some other people.
Well, now, you know what? I'm going to break the timeline for a second because I have to ask this. You mentioned your partner. Marty Jannetty told this very unique story.
I'm sure it's probably true, too.
He said that, you know, a hotel gathering after an event. Barbarian was there, him, some rats, other people. And Barbarian asked Marty to get one of the female's shoes. Barbarian then vanished with the shoe into the bathroom, and then a short while later attempted to impregnate the shoe and left the shoe impregnated. As Marty and the rest of the females enjoyed the night, Barbarian went back to his room, I guess feeling a little satisfied. I mean, does that sound like any form of reality in any planet other than pro wrestling?
That would be pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I didn't hear of that story. It probably is true.
Yeah.
You know, and I love my partner. And my partner and me, we got many things that are going to stay in our closets forever. We'll never let them out.
Much like that woman's shoe, I guess.
Yeah. You know, like I say, it was crazy times back then.
The things you did to survive on the road.
We knew each other better than we knew our wives.
Yeah.
We were around each other far more than we were around our wives.
300 compared to 50.
Yeah. We were around each other far more than that. So we knew each other very, very well in that stuff, you know, and we were very protective of each other. We looked after each other. And we had a lot of fun. We worked hard, but we played hard. That's
and
how
you deserve, you know what?
That's how it was.
Maybe this is going to sound wrong, but you earned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys gave so much to do what you did. You deserve those moments of fun and relaxation and release. As long as you weren't breaking any laws. You know what I mean? And even then, depends.
Yeah, it
depends on the night.
It depends what you call law that night.
And what state you're in.
Yeah.
When you guys first started with WWF, did you guys travel alone, or did you come up with any travel companions?
No, we traveled by ourselves.
Just together?
Yeah, just together and that stuff. Yeah, that way we could talk all the time. Most of the time I would have to drive because I was a young boy and Barb would just sleep. Or he'd sit and chew. He loved chewing.
Was there that big of an age difference between you guys?
No, Barb's...
he was just around longer.
Yeah, Barb had been in the business a while more than me. So he's only like about, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years older than me.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh, wow.
That's all.
Oh, I would have... Well,
yeah, that's all.
Nothing against Barbarian. But that shoe story with Marty was... You know, are you familiar with Tony Atlas and The Walking?
And The Walking?
Yeah.
Or you mean the feet?
No, well, no, with Tony, it's not the actual foot.
No?
His obsession is actually with the shoe.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a shoe or the foot.
No,
I know he's got a foot fetish.
We actually have the president of our wrestling organization is an acclaimed psychiatrist, Dr. David Reese. He works with a lot of major league sports franchises out in California, and we actually had him on when he was in town once, and him and Tony had this episode about it. And I guess the love of the woman's shoe psychologically goes back in time to when he would see his mother physically abused when he was a kid.
Right.
So when these women kick him and walk on him, and it's almost like the mother getting revenge
Right.
in his head somehow. But he doesn't care about the barefoot.
Right.
But when he sees that shoe, it's
See,
like a dog eyeing a steak.
Yes,
you know what I
I
mean?
thought it was a foot fetish he had.
No, it's not
I
an
thought it was a
actual
foot
foot.
fetish. I know they liked having a woman put her shoe on his face.
Yeah.
And he would sit there and bench press with doing that. Seriously, he would bench press, put like 350, 405 on her and do some reps when she's got her shoe sitting on his face. That's just the way Tony was.
In a moment of, and again, almost like Marty, with this certainly isn't as out there as Marty's murder confession, but Tony brought some of his home videos down to the studio, and he wanted people to actually see it. And if you see it, there is no hand sexual activity going on. There is, it's just a love of these shoes on his body. It's the craziest thing. But you know what? He's not hurting anyone.
No.
He's not even cheating on his wife.
No.
His wife said as long as it's just walking, she's okay with it.
Everybody to their own.
We talked about the underbelly of professional wrestling. This is the under shoe of professional wrestling, I guess.
Yes, it is.
I'll take you back to July 1988. Again, one of many of those probably 100 Bolsheviks matches you had. One that should stand out, though, to you, maybe a little bit more memorable than others. Your debut at the world's most famous arena, the Mecca of professional wrestling, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, yeah.
Your thoughts on all MSG?
I still remember that night.
Excited leading into it?
Yeah. We got there real early that day, and I was hungry because we had to get there if you don't get there early, you're never going to get into New York City because the traffic is oh my God. So we were down there, the show was until 7:30 at night. We got there about 3:30.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, man, fuck, I'm starving. I'm like, oh, I'm starving, They had a real good restaurant way downstairs, So I said, man, I got to go eat. I'm hungry. So they take me, the Madison Square Garden people take me down through the back way, through the back kitchen, into the dining room so I could eat. Well, the fans came early and they were up, climbing up on the windows to look down in there as I'm eating. All watching, pointing in this stuff, as I'm eating in that stuff, So I get done eating, I go back upstairs and start getting ready, and I go in there before they start letting the people in, and I was just mesmerized. Looking inside Madison Square Garden, it's wow, this place is so big. When you make it to Madison Square Garden, you've made it in life. As a professional athlete, you have made it. Everything special goes through Madison Square Garden. Everything. Whether you're a singer, whether you're a basketball player, whether you're a hockey player, whatever, wrestler, whatever, it goes through Madison Square Garden. And it's larger than life. It's like you say, it's the Mecca. It's the Mecca of everything. And to actually, you got one little curtain there. And when you go through that curtain, and this place it explodes. It's just it's hard to even say just how amazing it is. Just everything goes black for a second. Until you've got to shake your head and get your back into you again. You kind of wake up again, And I remember that night when we hit that ring, man. We hit that ring against the Bolsheviks. Boom, 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 boom. They take the bumps out. And, man, those people went crazy. They went nuts. And it's Barnabas, we're going to take a breath for a second. My God, this is so cool. So cool. And we had a nice little match with those guys. And afterwards, it was so fun. We got to do our double pose where Barb gets on his knees, and I pose, and he poses both together. And we do it all four corners, and it was just so much fun. Really was. Madison Square Garden it's a special place. It is. It's special. It's something when I tell people these days, they ask me, where's your best place to work in? Madison Square Garden. Number 2, Boston Garden.
Really? Well, I have to ask you that now.
Boston Garden.
What about you're talking to my heart now. What did you love about the Boston Garden?
Because the Boston Garden was tight on you. The people were tight. And they're actually almost over you.
The balcony was almost right over the ring.
That's what I'm saying. It was over you. So it's this is, and you also remember, hot. There's no air conditioning. Oh my God. But it was just, I remember, it felt so good to me because I used to watch the Celtics as a kid, growing up on CBS. Almost every weekend at home, I'd get home from church, and I'd put on basketball. And it's almost always the Celtics playing. And I loved it with the old Larry Bird, all those guys playing. It was just so much fun to watch at that old Boston Garden. And all of a sudden one day, wow, I'm in Boston Garden. This place is so cool, man. It was cool. It really was. Right behind Madison Square Garden was Boston Garden. I love the Boston Garden. And the fans, you're talking about big-time fans that know everything about sports. Them and New York. The two biggest places that they know everything about every single sport.
And I tell you, before I was even alive, it certainly was a dangerous arena. I don't know if you've heard about the Blackjack Mulligan story when the fan brought in the knife dipped in pig fat and stabbed him in the leg, and they used to have almost like a cage above the ring to prevent all the things that were being thrown from the balcony.
They believe in it. It's like going to Puerto Rico, man. They all carry knives.
Yeah.
You got to watch yourself come out of those rings. Man, we used to go to Bayamon, to the baseball stadium there and wrestle for Carlos. And when you have to come out of the dugouts, you're a bad guy. These people are throwing bricks, they're throwing bottles, they're throwing everything at you. So when you're coming back, you got to go through that. So I'm trying to think, how am I going to do this? Because they're going to nail me. I mean, they're like right above it, and they're just loaded, ready to go. So I would run as fast as I can, and right when they throw, boom, I'd stop real quick, and they would throw, and then I'd chug real fast in there to get in there real quick. I mean, literally dive into that thing.
Was that the venue where there were trees nearby, and some of the kids would climb the trees and hum stuff too, or was that a different
No,
venue?
that was a different place.
Okay.
But Bayamon was a big baseball stadium over there in Puerto Rico, San Juan. But yeah, it was, the people in places, New York, in Boston, all this, they believe in it, man. They really believed in it.
And one thing that I always found unique about Boston that I can't think of any other venue that I attended a wrestling show at was that when you'd get to the arena, to get into the locker room, you actually had to walk through the concourse.
Yes.
Now, I remember as a kid, I'd get there early with my father, and these animals would just be banging on the steel doors. Let us in, let us in.
Yeah.
Then they'd finally open the door. Everybody would run up the ramp, take the ticket. Then they'd run to the barricade that was set up because, where an hour or two later when the barricade would be taken down, it's where you'd be buying popcorn and T-shirts and things.
Well,
but the guys were walking through the fans to get into the Garden locker room and hopefully trying to dash out when no one was looking after their match was done.
That's why Fuji would always get us early, because you'd have to park in the parking garage across the street.
Yeah.
They didn't have a parking garage for.
Right.
And yet it was cost like $30 to park. I'm wrestling here tonight. I got to pay. But yeah, you paid. But you pay that, and they put you in a special spot in there. That was where you at. Now, you'd have to walk across the street. You have to walk to these doors. But Fuji knew people there that could put us up a special elevator to bring us up there. So you have to deal with the fans and that stuff, But after the match, if you didn't have a car or anything else, you would have to come out this one area. And they would used to put us in an ambulance to come out. And when you come out, they pull up the door, fans packed. And literally, the ambulance are going there, pounding on it, everything else is shaking and all that stuff.
They knew someone was in there.
They all knew, man. It was just jam-packed, and that stuff, because they knew that's where guys would come out. And the ambulance guys are funny, because they would go right down Manhattan. Literally, people are diving out of the street to get out of their way. These guys are flying. And one guy turns around, he's missing half his teeth. He was just having the best of time. Just driving, half his teeth gone, and just going like a madman down the road. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? This guy's going to kill me in this thing. Another time, we did an afternoon show. And the rest of the guys had to go to Hartford. I got to go home to Minneapolis that night. So I had a flight out of LaGuardia. Mm-hmm. So I got upstairs to this one area, and I asked the guy, can you look outside to see if there's nobody out there? Because I got to run to this one area out there by the street to catch a cab. He goes, it's clear. So I take my bags, I start going real quick. Sure enough, one fan comes around the corner. Hey, everybody, it's Warlord over here. Oh my God, here comes 1 million people around this corner now running after me. So my bag's running out there. I get to the cab, and I pound him, open the door. He opens up, I throw the bags there, I jump in the back, go, go, go. And now all these fans are surrounded around this cab. And they're banging on the windows. They're doing this. They're shaking the cab. I said, brother, you better go. They're going to turn this thing over. The whole street was just fans. Fans. You know, that's how it was in Madison Square Garden. I mean, you know.
The fans of today will never understand that.
They won't understand that.
They'll never understand that experience.
No.
And that what a great ambiance.
Yes.
I thought it was a real shame that WWE stopped running MSG for so long.
MSG.
That was just.
There's so much history. And that's what's so cool about being there and that stuff, you know, that history behind it. And just, you get in there and just like, you're just in awe. You really are. And then when you think about all the people that have been inside this place, it's just like, and also, I'm a part of it. I'm a part of the entertainment part of it now. You know, it's cool. And being able to wrestle a bunch of times was so much fun. So much.
MSG, there's only one. Even now, that's one of the few places, you know, if I'm around, and WWE is always so nice to give us tickets and such, I still get a thrill out of walking into that building and just that ceiling that's got such the unique design on it.
Yes.
You know, it's really, really cool. And if you've never been to Madison Square Garden, I suggest you go.
No.
And don't go for a TV taping or a pay-per-view.
Nope.
Try and take in the ambiance of a non-televised house show.
Yep.
I think someone would get more out of it that's never been there before. Yep. I love it. It's unfortunate. Usually they do the house show the other day after Christmas every year, but 2020.
Yeah,
so
2020.
2020. All right, another individual that debuted, a lot of fresh faces coming and going around the time you guys came in.
Yeah.
A man at first known as the Blue Angel that went on to become the Blue Blazer, the late, great Owen Hart. Your memories of Owen's early run with the company?
You know, Owen came in and that stuff, you know, and they put him as a Blue Blazer. And, you know, Owen, again, coming out of a wrestling family, the Harts. You know, great wrestler. Owen could do anything. You know, I got to work some times with him. We had some nice little matches. Owen could work with anybody. He knew how to work with big guys. You know, and of course, Owen was another ribber. He loved to rib. I remember us training at a gym in Denver, Colorado, Gold's Gym. And we were getting done training, and of course, Davey Boy wanted to run there and get his beautiful tan. So he gets in there, you know, Davey, the way he talk, you know, he'd go in there, and also he'd start tanning, and all of a sudden Owen would focus. Watch this. He'd sneak over there. He'd ask the guy, which one's Davey Boy's tanning bed? And all of a sudden, click, turn it off. And then come back to me like he's working out. And Davey would come back out. Who turned off what happened to my tanning? And the guy goes, nothing, man, it was going. Can someone turn it on? So they turn it back on. So Davey goes back in there. Owen goes back up. Davey was in there for about 2 minutes. Click. Turn it back on. Now Davey comes out again. You know, what happened to my tanning thing, man? It went off again. The guy goes, I don't know, man. It was on. It was been on the whole time. So they tried it one more time. Click, turn it on. Davey goes back in there again. Owen waits just a couple minutes longer this time. Goes over there. Click. Davey come out. He was so hot. What's wrong? That's it. I'm done. I'm doing this no more. And that stuff. He was so mad. Because he maybe out of that whole 30 minutes that's in there, he maybe got 5 minutes of tan. That was it. You know, Owen was never a hard ribber. He just liked to do nice little cute ribs. You know, he did. And, you know, Owen was, like I say, he was a nice man to be around.
Were you ever the victim of one of the ribs?
No.
No.
Barbie and me were never really, only Fuji the first time we ever came in. But that wasn't even, that's not a mean rib.
Yeah, that was lighthearted.
We never had any ribs against us because we were just big guys. People really didn't want to, you know. And plus, you know, we had no ego. We had nothing. We did our own thing. We didn't bother nobody, no nothing, you know. So we were there to be one of the boys and to work hard. That's what we were there for.
And even, again, you talk about jumping the timeline of your career, the passing of Owen Hart. What just a genuine waste of someone's life.
Yeah, it hit me hard. I was working security that night, and someone came up to me and told me that Owen Hart just died. And I said, what? Because I knew they were doing a pay-per-view that night. And he said, yeah, the apparatus he was coming down on broke. And he came down and When I watched, they said that his the hook had broke, and he came down and hit his head on the post, which, God, is...
what a way to go.
And then I watched the Dark Side of the Ring on it, which told me even more into it, that the hook should have never been that hook. It was like a 5-pound detached hook.
It wasn't meant for humans.
No, it was ridiculous what it was. You know, totally ridiculous, you know. Someone just trying to be cheap. That's all it was. Someone trying to be chintzy. They didn't want to bet the good money on the good one. Let's get the cheap one and work with that, you know. And you know, and I don't even think those things should even been in the business. First of all, those guys weren't professional. They weren't trained to doing that. Him or Sting either.
No.
Neither one
anyone
was
that's ever done
trained
it.
at doing that. They were never parachuters. They were never nothing in any of that stuff. They were never repellers. They never did any of that stuff. They were never in the armed forces to learn how to do that stuff right.
I think the most...
it was...
the scariest one that I ever saw was the first time they did Nitro here in Boston. And they, funny enough, I don't know if you ever heard of Cam Neely, the hockey player.
Yeah.
His foundation was trying to hook up with Tony Rumble to do a wrestling event, but they wanted to do it at the Garden, which wouldn't have been a success, as well as we did for an independent promotion. But Tony was very good friends with Kevin Sullivan when he was booking with WCW, so it wound up leading to the first Nitro at what's now called the TD Garden. So Sting did his usual, the big brawl at the end, NWO and all the baby faces. Sting comes flying down, but what was unique about this time was he hooked up something to DDP, and they went straight back up into the air. And to me, as someone that doesn't like roller coasters or heights or anything like that, that wasn't one for me.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of guts, but like you said, just what a tremendous waste. Anytime Owen's name comes up on this show, it's important to me, I want to stress that his widow, Dr. Martha Hart, and his son Oj, as you probably saw on the Dark Side of the Ring episode, they do a lot of great work up in Canada, in Calgary, with the Owen Hart Foundation. It almost sounds like a play of words off of the Hart Foundation tag team, which I don't think was its intent. But you know, certainly Google that. Get information about a tribute to a great man, someone that contributed a lot to our profession. And his wife and his son now, my gosh, 21 plus years after the fact, they are still trying to do a lot of good work in that man's memory up in Canada. And I've never met the woman, but I have a lot of respect for her.
Yep.
All right, and with that, fans, you know, sometimes we touch upon the light side, the dark side, and so on. That's just one subject where I think it's a perfect way to end an episode of the show. Again, we implore you at the conclusion of this show, go learn more about the Owen Hart Foundation. And again, if you're enjoying the show, if you have thoughts about any of the great topics and legends we spoke about during the premiere, the little chat box is to my right. The super chat is always open. Of course, early ad-free access to every episode of the show and our extensive studio shoot interview DVD library for the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks is available at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my friend, the Warlord, I'm Dan Marty. We'll be back soon with more on the World Wrestling Federation 1988. Fans, until we speak again, you and yours, be well. More important, stay healthy. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Guam Fieldhouse in Mangalao, Guam, Sunday, March the 31st, 1991. In the opening contest, Haku beat Shawn Michaels. Superfly Jimmy Snuka with the win over WWF Intercontinental Champion Mr. Perfect via countout. The Barbarian defeated Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich victorious over $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. My Thursday night partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, beat Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Legion of Doom with the win over Demolition. And in the main event, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, replacing the Ultimate Warrior, defeated Sergeant Slaughter. If you're in Mangalore live, share your memories in the comments section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Great episode, folks. What did you think? Our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition program is really going to explode this spring. With episodes we're going to be taping with the guests we bring you at Wrestle House in Tampa, WrestleMania week. Again, if you are unfamiliar with it, we're going to be taping interviews, have live episodes, cyber autograph signings with a plethora of superstars Thursday through Monday, WrestleMania weekend. We've announced some stars already, more to be announced as we get closer to the big two-day WrestleMania at Raymond James Stadium. It is a very risky endeavor. If things go wrong, it could be really bad, but if they go right, it could turn into a new tradition for us and bring you guys, again, more great interviews, more great content, and more autograph signings. Up next, a supersized episode of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty, as Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week, Marty looks at The Undertaker's comments on Joe Rogan about a 2021 WWE, Tyler Rex's sex change and Hercules issues with the transgender, Shawn Michaels and Pamela Anderson getting physical and swinging in WCW with DDP, Kimberly, and Eric Bischoff. Tons more on top of that. I'm glad it's late night for this one, folks. Here's Marty.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty along with Marty Jannetty. Marty, a pleasure to have you here as always.
I ain't got no tooth.
Well, that continues to be an ongoing saga.
I got one. I left it at home. I went through all that trouble to get a tooth. I accidentally got drunk and left the damn thing. It, came up here.
Accidentally got drunk?
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Oh, all right. Well, that happens from time to time.
Well, I'm trying to kill the pain. Because my ankle.
You need it.
Hey, check that out. I had reconstructive surgery.
We got to get some footage of that foot.
I can move it already. I'm so far ahead of schedule.
You guys would be amazed if you could see how well this man is moving compared to the other times he's been up here since July. I'm very happy.
Major reconstructive surgery.
Like I've said on other episodes, I expected him at least on crutches or on a wheelchair or something, but he was moving better than me. He's still shuffling, but it's only 10 weeks out.
Yeah. Doctor, Doc was like, where you told me I didn't get to finish saying this? I love you, Lee. Lee McCluskey, Dr. McCluskey, best in the world.
Yeah.
And I ain't just talking shit on that. Best in the world. Well, foot and ankle. If you need anything with your foot and ankle, best in the world. But he told me when I went in, he was like, you done something wrong. Let me X-ray. Because they got to do this ankle. They're going to do an ankle replacement on this one. They got the worst one first. And, but I went in and I'm like, I'm ready, man. Let's get the other ankle. And I was like praying, like, please let it be good. Let it be good. And he did the x-rays because he thought you're overdoing it. There's no way in 10 weeks you're ready. Did the x-rays and he came in, he goes, I've never seen nothing like that. And I told him, I said, brother, I'm up at 6:30 every morning rehabbing, doing shit with it. And he said, I know that, Marty. I expected that from you. We know each other from football. We played high school and college football together. He said, I know your work ethic. I expect that. He goes, but rehabbing does not make bones heal. He's like that.
Well, it's a good phrase to live by, I guess.
And what I told him, he's a very big Christian. I said, power of God. And he smiled and we did a little fist bump,
Now, why do you think the power of God is helping?
Because you can't make the ligaments and bones fix.
Have you been praying, or?
I don't pray at all.
No. You talk.
Yeah, it's
You know what? I'll tell you something. You know what brings me a lot of peace, Marty, is sometimes when I sit at my desk doing the post-production, at noontime and at 6 o'clock, if it's quiet, I can hear the church bells over there at St. Mary's Church.
Really?
And I sit there and I have a couple of nice private thoughts to myself that I try and send out to the world. For whatever it is, those bells to me are very peaceful.
Well, see,
One man's opinion.
A good man. Good man's opinion.
Well, speaking of a good man, I don't know if you heard about this, Marty, but the Undertaker recently set the...
We call him the underwear taker.
The underwear taker. Well, I don't know what he takes.
But anyway, go ahead.
Klondike Bill, but...
Damn, this is salty. What'd you have?
I don't know. Undertaker was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and as someone that has signed a 15-year contract with the company, Undertaker.
He did?
Yes.
Good for him, man. What'd he do, Take?
People were surprised by what Undertaker had to say. What the fans have asked is, we're going to read you Undertaker's comments, as well as a response from some current WWE superstars, as well as some fellow legends such as yourself.
I am a legend, man.
You are a legend. All right, could my tremendous team in the back cut to a shot of Marty, because I want to have his facial reaction. There we go, his facial reaction.
Well, hold on,
I'm
going to put I got to fix my teeth.
All right.
I'm going to
Plus,
put
I
an
gotta
aluminum
put my
grill.
glasses on.
What do
All
they call this? Aluminum.
Aluminum. All right, that'll look good. All right, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is what the Undertaker said.
Wait a minute.
This is what the Undertaker said about WWE.
What he said?
I think the product is a little soft. There are obviously guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty, not enough substance, I
That's
think, right
Stephanie
now.
McMahon's fault.
In that era,
And I'll explain that in a minute.
In that era of guys, too, those were men. You go into a dressing room nowadays, and it's a lot different. I remember walking into my first dressing room, and all I saw was some crusty fucking men. Half of them had guns and knives in their bags. Shit got handled back then. Now you walk in, and there's guys playing video games and fucking making sure they look pretty. It's evolution, I guess. I don't know what it is, but I just like those eras, man. I liked when men were men. As far as watching the show goes, he said, I try. It's tough for me right now.
It is. It's hard to watch.
The product has changed so much, and it's kind of off. I'll probably piss a lot of people off, but they need to hear it. It is what it is. To the young guys who think he's a bitter old guy, I'm not bitter. I did my time.
Not at all.
I walked away.
He is correct.
I walked away when I wanted to walk away. I just think the product is a little soft. There's guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty and not enough substance, I think.
And
right
I'm going
now.
to tell you why.
Well, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
All right. One of the big things that happened was that the generation before, we all got old at the same time, so there weren't enough guys to work with the young guys. You can listen to fans, or you can listen to someone who's been there and done it. There was just not enough merging of the young and the new talent. We had Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. We were all working together, and then we aged out.
You left my name out.
We aged out, and it left all these young guys to learn with more young guys, and the product changed. And before we get to your response, I just want to read a couple. Drew McIntyre.
Do we know he wrote that?
Yeah, no, yeah,
That's fact.
Yeah, he said that on Joe Rogan.
Okay. Everything he said is correct, and I'll tell you why.
Well, let's just go through these first, and then
Can't
we'll
wear
go
this
through
grill.
all of them.
All
Drew
right.
McIntyre said he didn't agree with that whatsoever.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Goldberg did, though.
How long has he been around?
Bill Goldberg said, yes, I believe comparatively the business is soft as compared to the 90s. But the business is in 2021, so things have to change, and things have to be different. We had mega superstars that were bigger than life. But it's hard in this generation, seemingly, to build those people. I mean, like I said.
That's Goldberg saying
This
that?
is Goldberg. Times are quite different than they were back in the day, but people are soft. People take offense to things way too quickly. I mean, you know, grow a little thicker skin, boys and girls. That's all I can say.
Correct.
Mick Foley thinks Mick Foley thinks the wrestlers of today are as every bit as tough as they were in his era.
That might be.
Then with Bobby Lashley, well, Bobby Lashley was more of an Undertaker guy. He said, yeah, I don't want to say I agree with him completely, actually.
I do, though.
I can because it's Taker. I can say I agree with him. So I agree with him. You know what? That's what the Hurt Business is all about. I mean, that's why we came about, because we were like, what are we? And I was like, we're different from this generation. Our generation came up when I was in OVW, about to go on the road. Everybody was warning us. They were like, man, you know, JBL, you got Chris Benoit, you have Bob Holly, you have Undertaker, you have Booker T. All these guys, not one of these guys are punks. Fit Finley, William Regal, not one of those guys.
Fit's a bad boy, man. That's another badass.
Not one of those guys have an ounce of punk in them. So we were all like, this is our generation. So coming in now, we were like, we can't do this generation. We can't do what this generation is doing. We don't want to do what this generation is doing. We need to put our style on this generation, and our style is bring them in the ring and beat them up, and if they can't make it, they can't make it, because we got to protect the business. Before, when I was coming in, all these guys used to say they were beating up the guys coming up because they said they had to protect the business. They had to make sure these guys had the heart to it. We don't want guys in the locker room crying. We don't want guys that are always bitching and belly aching and everything like that.
Honky-tonk man.
We beat them up and we kick them out. No, this is Bobby Lashley.
No, I'm just saying what he's talking about.
And some of the guys, when we do that in the ring, you can do your little flippies and jumpies and all that stuff. I'm just going to grab you and throw you down.
Yeah, squash you like a gnat.
Squash him like an ant. But then I tell you this, one that really...
do you know gnats are just flying ants?
Yeah.
You knew
all
that?
right. I really want you to hear this about Roman Reigns.
What he said?
Roman Reigns said, it's strange. I really feel like he misspoke because Mark is a really good guy. He's very knowledgeable. Obviously, he has a ton of respect for the business. Yeah. Goldberg is just Goldberg. Who cares?
Oh,
but
man,
he's talking,
he said that.
But he's talking about guns and knives in the locker room. Come on. You guys traveled just like we did. Did you really get that stuff through security? TSA was just letting everything happen back then?
Accidentally, yes, and I can vouch for that.
I think it was just a retired guy trying to sound like a gangster. That's what Roman said about Undertaker.
And Roman's got his points. Taker, I love Taker to death.
Do you think Taker was trying to sound like a gangster? All right, well, I'll tell you this, Tony.
Well, because he's a bad boy, but he don't. People don't know that, and he wants people to know that. Sorry, Mark. I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. In my opinion, and it might not be the truth. It was the truth of my opinion, but yeah, Mark's a great one. He was right, everything he said, and I was going to tell y'all this. I got this grill in.
Man, it looks wonderful.
Does it look wonderful?
Yeah. I'm glad I don't have my glasses on.
It's going to come out. But anyway, Stephanie McMahon, he said something about everybody wants to look pretty. Stephanie McMahon told me one time, and she told a bunch of us, younger, prettier. That's what's happening in Hollywood. That's what's going to happen here. We want younger and we want prettier. And that's what they search for. You know,
and that hasn't helped the business one iota. It's hurt it.
You know what? I got nothing against none of the guys. None of them, not even that Owens dude. Who don't fit the, I'm sorry, brother, don't fit the pretty part.
Who?
Owens. What's his name?
Kevin Owens?
Kevin Owens, yeah.
But what's the issue with Kevin Owens?
I ain't got no issue.
Oh.
No, he just ain't a pretty boy, though.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Which is good. We need you. I mean, that might have been insulting, you say that you're not a pretty boy. And you're probably pretty, you know, anyway, we need you. But Stephanie said, younger, prettier, and that's exactly what they did. And here's the problem. The people coming in WWE today are like 1 year, 2 years experience. Sean and I was an exception. We came in with 2 years experience, and we were like phenoms, like, no way. We had to face a lot of problems because we were so young and we were so new. Yet 2 years, guys got to go 5, 10, and 15 years back then in the business. And once you come in, tooth is coming out. 10 years in the business, y'all want me to take this out? You're experienced. You know how to handle shit. You know how to do shit. When you come in, think about it. Okay, I'm 1 year in the business and now I'm in WWF. Where's the respect? You didn't have to do nothing. You just got put right in there. This is like, this ain't shit. Oh man, 1 year, and look at me. Fuck all y'all. I'll take this knife to y'all. I'm good. Now you ain't. You ain't done 300 days a year yet. That's when your little attitude's going to change. That's when we're going to see who you really are. You know, your work in the ring is the main thing. But your attitude is pretty top too. And this is what I know. Vince tests people when they first come in. I don't know about now because everybody's new. 1 year, 2 years in the business, and you're on WWE TV, which is worldwide. Where the fuck are you going to have any respect? This was easy. And then we have a saying, too much too soon. You can't handle it. You can't handle it. You might think you can. Now you're a star on TV. Now you got to go be a star. And sometimes you can't teach star. I'm a coach. I teach a lot of people. We see who's got the right attitude that's going to make it and who ain't. And I always tell my kids this. Why are you in the business? Why? I always make them answer that. Because the ones that say for the money and the ones that say for the fame never make it. After about 2 or 3 backdrops, they're gone. They don't even come back to practice. When you do it because you love it, that's when you'll make it. Or you got a better chance. Don't come up in here wanting money. I don't want to be rich. Nah, go to a bank. I want to be famous. Well, go to Hollywood, which we are kind of Hollywood, but you got to love the game. You came in with passion. That's when a coach wants to help you the most. You know, we see through the ones that come through, you know, I just want to be famous. Oh, fuck, man. Go do a porno with Kim Kardashian. You'll be famous for a week or two. But anyway, where did this start?
Well, it was Joe Rogan is probably one of the most popular podcasts online, and Undertaker was his guest. Do you think the business has become too soft?
I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why do you think the business has become
because
too soft?
I just told you, 1 year in the business. No,
You
go
think
get
that-
some scars on your head, on your ass, on your back, on your shoulders, on your feet even. You know what? Some people back in the day, and this is something y'all 1 year in the business kids won't understand. We used to have to do our boots different. If you was one that was going to be winning a lot, you put extra, we put like gator chip on your boots because you're on top 10. And when you was always losing, you put shit on the back because your feet are always on your back of it. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. That's what I mean. In fact, I don't even think anybody can speak Carney today. Can you speak Carney?
I understand it. I don't speak it as
you
well.
Ms. Other Fizzucker.
I understand it, but I don't speak it well.
Right.
Because I was around it when I was 13, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they were doing it. It kind of quit it.
Even, you know, to equate it, back in '93, even in an independent wrestling locker room, you walked in, and the majority of the guys looked like men. I mean, I think of Tony's first show.
Hey, one thing I'm glad about that this has advanced is the women's division.
Well, we disagree on that, but
you know, well, how many beautiful girls? Can you imagine? You know,
but there's 1,000 ways you can go look at beautiful girls if you want to.
Yeah, I ain't going to no strip club.
Online or different TV shows. When I watch a professional wrestling show, my interest is in seeing a form of simulated violence, action, adventure.
Simulated violence.
I want to see Rocky. I want to see, oh my dear God.
You farted.
No, I didn't.
I smell it.
Where did you get that from?
Bathroom. I knew you was going to fart.
Anyway, and Goldberg, he agreed. He thinks people are too sensitive.
I like Goldberg, man.
He thinks people are too sensitive.
Well, fuck, the whole country is. You got him mother in there now. That, I mean, first of all, it's a sin to be white. That's about the most fucked up thing. You want racial equality, and this is how you do it. If you're white, you're privileged. Find out this. They got a chart in L.A. In school. Let me get this out. I'm about to get mad. They got a chart, and white people got to pick like where you fit. Way over here, white, privileged, rich, and it goes down to abolition or some goddamn stupid thing. There's nothing good on there about being white. Well, what the fuck kind of racial equality is that? You want to fucking be equal, and you want to start it by putting white people, and white girls will say, I'm sorry, I'm white. How the fuck is that? Fuck.
They apologize for being white?
Yes, a lot of girls do. I'm sorry, I'm white. Man, go eat about 2 nuts.
Well, what do you think about Drew McIntyre?
Gee, I'm sorry.
Obviously, Drew McIntyre
I don't
is
know.
gonna
I met him one time.
maybe try and toe the company line where he disagreed with Undertaker. But do you think maybe Roman took? You don't think Roman took it too far by saying Undertaker wanted to sound like a gangster?
No, because that's his feelings. That's him. That's his opinion.
Tony took great exception to what Roman said because he said back in the day, Tony Atlas,
the one that calls me a racist.
Yes.
Tony, knock it off.
He said that Sika used to carry around a shotgun.
Yeah,
And
so did Samu when we used to ride with him. You remember Fatu?
Yeah.
They did. I forgot what gimmick, but they tag team and we wrestled against them. I used to ride with them. That's when Sean and I was starting to have problems, and so I'd ride with them. Because Sean and I always rode together. And man, it was so funny with it. They would have weapons, but they look badass. And like somebody would do a road rage thing sometime. I remember Fatu one time telling Samu he was driving.
About Junior?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, turn the inside light on. Let them see what they're fucking with. And he did. And he just gave him that look, and motherfuckers went. It was so funny though. Turn the light on. Let them see what they're fucking with.
So, do you think that Roman was trying to toe the company line? Do you think that he has no idea?
I mean, my opinion of what I just heard.
Yeah.
I think he felt that. I think that's what he felt. I don't think he was bullshitting. Because everybody's not going to agree.
Look at what his family used to do. As you just
But that's the thing.
He's trying to say that there were no weapons back in the day, guns and knives and things like that.
30.
Oh, wait, we get the signal. All right, folks.
What that means? That means we got to wrap it?
No, that means we're going to take a brief time out.
That girl died in my bedroom. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Well, that episode is in our archives.
Oh, we already did it?
We did that episode.
You know about it?
What's that?
You know about it?
You told us the whole thing.
What happened?
She died.
Sure did.
Wrestling fans will be back after this brief timeout. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support wrestling insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Don't forget that eBay store is open 24/7, baby. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife for a party animal like Marty, but
it didn't last night.
Well, if you want great wrestling merchandise galore, check it out. Also, the Patreon streaming service that helps keep wrestling legends working over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can even get Marty a new football.
And a hat.
And a hat, as he knocks everything over as usual.
I did not knock shit over.
And I internally start swearing at him. But I love Marty.
It's always internal.
I think it, I don't say it.
You did once last night.
We were talking about
You know why you don't say it?
Well, today, I definitely not. I don't want to be,
Oh, Danielle, thank you so much, sweetie.
Well, we have the card right there. If our good friend Vaughn is watching, Marty has enjoyed your greetings.
Very nice.
I had a hard time getting his address for the package to reach him. It got returned to the studio, so I said, you know what? we'll give Marty a couple of treats when he comes to see us again. So there we go. So we'll put that out there so you know it reached us. Back to the topic of discussion.
I had prime rib this morning. Someone's just
Oh, dear Lord.
stuck in my teeth.
What do you think about someone like Bobby Lashley that's a current
I love him,
WWE
man.
talent?
I love him. I love him even more because Crystal, remember the girl wrestling,
Yeah.
Crystal? She was too young, but I still was looking. And, you know, I tried to throw a flirt here and a flirt there, and she caught it, and she was like, you're too old. But Bobby, I think they're married.
Not anymore, oh no.
Oh, what happened? Why do you know
that? But I
oh,
know
they had
Bobby
a bad,
well enough.
They had a bitter fallout?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bobby
I'm
worked.
sorry, y'all.
Bobby got custody of the kids.
How many did they got?
Just 2. But
Sorry
I
about that, Bobby and Crystal. Love y'all.
I think the world of Bobby Lashley.
I
Every
do
time
too.
we had him here in the Boston
Very,
Wrestling.
very respectful.
I mean, just that's someone I'd like to see little Marty grow up to be like. You know what I mean? He's that kind
Little
of
who?
guy.
Oh, okay.
The little,
Yep.
the little ones.
Yep.
I mean, just a great human being.
Yes.
He served the country
Yes.
before he got involved in professional wrestling.
And a bad boy.
And a bad
if you
boy.
want to fuck with him, I would suggest don't fuck with him because he's the nicest guy in the world. But there's that switch you turn on and off.
He could break you in half in a millisecond.
Yeah, yes.
And beyond that, beyond serving the country, beyond his great contributions to the king of sports, professional wrestling, and even dabbled in mixed martial arts, he
Yes.
does so much great
Yeah,
work.
he did Ultimate Fighting.
Yeah. No, I think Bellator.
Huh?
The other one,
Bellator.
Bellator.
Oh, yeah.
He does so much great work for the community out in Denver, Colorado. I don't even want to name the person's name, but there was.
Yes, you do. Who is it?
No, I really don't.
I'm
Because
curious
it's kind of
now.
embarrassing. It was a guy, one of the guys from his era that kind of became
Art Cruz.
Poor, I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Art
Bobby drove from Colorado to where they were in Texas, helped them pack up
Dusty
everything.
Wolf.
No, moved him to Colorado, and helped set him up in a life system. So you know what
For real?
Yeah.
Bobby, I love you, brother.
Bobby is a grade A quality human
I love
being.
you, brother. I did already, but I love
hate
you
to
more.
say it.
I didn't
wish,
know that.
I wish he wasn't with WWE because I'd like to book him again once we have live
You still
shows.
can. You just going to have to pay extra.
Nah, the WWE. Well, you know what, WWE, they let us have Daniel Bryan when he was the U.S. champion.
Did he have the Billy Goat beard?
No, not really.
No.
We had JBL when he was the Intercontinental champion.
Did
we
I
had
ever show
Percy.
you? I got some pictures of the Bella twins that nobody gets to see.
Did she urinate on?
No, I
people?
don't do that.
All right. Was it part of a threesome?
Go ahead. Now go ahead. So, Bobby, we love you.
Bobby, you're a grade A quality human being. I hope that someday, if you ever decide to leave WWE, we'd love to have you in the studio.
No, we'd like to have you now. Why?
And at our live wrestling events.
I think WWE when they book them, like if you're a contract with them, it's, like you want to book them or something, they get a cut.
Oh, in a big, but I mean,
A big cut.
They almost never do that anymore. But let me ask you this, Marty: do they have a commission down?
You call
in
me Marty?
Marty. Do they have a commission down where you are?
Like athletic commission?
Yeah, on wrestling.
Not that I know of.
Maybe once life starts up again, because I don't know if you realize this, but we do some shows in the Carolinas too. Maybe
Charlotte.
we could set up a little,
because you love Ric
little
Flair.
circuit.
He loves Ric Flair.
No, we have some people that live down in North Carolina that worked our shows, and we called it MWF South.
If you just went a little bit more south, you'd be in Columbia, and you could be a fan of Clemson, the football team.
Well, I think
that's the only team that's going to give Alabama any challenge.
I'm trying to talk wrestling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think South Carolina and Georgia have commissions, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think Georgia don't, because I wrestle.
The one in Georgia's gone?
Well, I do. I can't wrestle because of my ankle right now. Actually, I'm gonna get it fixed and this one fixed. And you know what Lee told me? He goes, Marty, I'm gonna fix you where you can walk without hurting. If you get back in the ring, start jumping off top ring ropes and mess it up, I might not be able to fix it again. So I'm not gonna wrestle no more. I'll be a special guest referee.
There's a lot of things you can do.
Oh yeah, a second, a manager, a coach, whatever. But no more getting in the ring, jumping up and down because I'm so happy about this.
Yeah. Why mess up something that's working so good?
Yeah, and he did. His assistant, the lady that sits there and hands him, I guess whatever she does. I was actually walking way before I was supposed to, and she got upset get off that ankle, get off that. That is the best work I've ever done in my career. Don't mess it up. Yeah, she didn't want me to mess it up because, you know, because they put pins, needles, plates, there's all kinds of metal in here. When I went through the airport, the damn set, that thing almost exploded. And then they come surrounding me like they were going to kill me. You know, like, what the fuck you got? Man, it's in my ankle. I got to get a card.
You got to get her card. Also, in the world of professional wrestling, as we wrap up the Undertaker.
Wait a minute. So what do you think about Roman, what he said?
I think he was wrong.
You think so?
And I like Roman an awful lot, but I mean, the product is soft. How can you, if you look at every other era?
Well, that's because of what I told you. One year in the business and you're on international TV. Come on, man.
Kevin Nash may have put it best.
They call it paying dues.
Kevin Nash may have put it best in a tweet.
What he said?
He said it's almost like when you put on a WWE TV show now. It's like you're watching a bunch of Abercrombie and Fitch models.
That's because of Stephanie. I ain't got nothing against it. I mean, you know what, Duke, y'all might remember him, Duke, he went as Duke the dumpster Drosy.
Yeah.
Carried a trash can out the ring with him. We sat and watched a show, an independent show together. Oh, I'm sorry about the mic. I'm good?
If there's any mic problems, let us know. All right, keep going, brother.
And I was like, man, what the fuck are they doing? He goes, welcome to 2020. You got to stay up with the times. Shit changes. You know, I think my cat told me one time the only thing that remains the same in life is change. And he was pretty much right. The wolf told me that. By the way, I miss my wolf. He died.
No, we're sorry about the loss of your cat, Marty.
Now he's my son.
Well,
I ain't got no kids, so, you know.
Yeah, pets can become like that.
Well, he was. He wasn't a cat. He was a son. But he passed away recent. Man, I'm about to cry.
All right, well, we'll talk some wrestling, try and get your mind off. You know, I think Undertaker had a lot of balls to come out and say what he said and how he said it.
I think what he said was right.
I agree with him 100%.
I think what Roman said was right.
How can you agree with both?
Because they both got their own opinion. And Taker, I see what he's seeing. You know, there's two sides to a coin, but it's still a coin. And you know, Roman, what he said, I see what he's saying. You know, so I mean, opinions really can't be wrong. That's how you feel.
Fair enough.
You should never be ashamed or scared or nothing to give your opinion because that's how you feel.
I just think that Roman,
sometimes you might be wrong with your opinion, but I don't think either one of them were wrong. I think Taker was right with what read it again. No, that'll take too long.
I'll read the Roman one again because that one stands out to me.
You don't like it at all.
It's strange. I really feel like he misspoke because Mark is a really good guy. He's very knowledgeable. Obviously, he has a ton of respect for the business. Goldberg is Goldberg. Who cares? But he's talking about guns.
See, I disagree with that, though.
He's talking about guns and knives in the locker room. Come on. You guys traveled just like we did. Did you really get that stuff through security? TSA was just letting everything happen back then. I think it was just a retired guy trying to sound gangster.
One time, me and Jake Snake was coming back from Canada, and you got to go through the border control, whatever it's called, customs and all that shit. And Jake had a bag of weed. He was talking about guns and knives.
Yeah.
He had a bag of weed in his boot. And they had dogs there. They had the dogs, and they were going crazy, you know, towards Jake. And, you know, Jake's like, and they knew who Jake was. They're like, oh, Jake, oh, man, we're such fans. I don't know what's wrong with old Fido right here. He got a bag of weed there, and they're saying it's the dog. And I'm so sorry about the dog. He's acting up. He's acting up. Oh, love you, love you. Got an autograph. Went through, had a bag of weed in his boot.
Well, good for Jake.
So I don't know about the knives. We carry a knife just in case, because where we're at here, last time the power went out. Or it wasn't last time,
and
was it?
Glantz was here.
And Glantz was here, so, and I'm trying to teach y'all.
Let me ask you this, where he's no show.
Let me teach you one more.
Do you think Glantz deserves the knife?
Carry your knife like this and be bowed up so that when you swing, you bring it around and you cut them up. They never saw it coming.
Do you think Glantz deserves it?
Deserves cutting?
Yeah. Has he gone that far yet? No.
Nah,
All right. I like Glantz.
I
I
do
just
too.
don't understand why he keeps doing this.
He's got things. He's probably got.
He's a
anger.
very. When you are a creative and innovative person, why let it go to waste?
He doesn't see it that way. I was a very
If he
creative
doesn't see
person.
that for
you know,
him-
I was a pretty good wrestler back in my day.
Absolutely.
But I used to want to chase the girls and party. I love laughing. I love, some of y'all out there, because I read the shit, like, he's a fucking drug head, a coke head, he killed somebody, this, that, that. No, Ninja, all I am is somebody that loves to have fun. If you cross me up, I know I'm lily white. I don't look like I could, thug up, Taker's thing, but you might want to ask somebody. Might want to ask somebody. But my main thing is to love life. I love women. I'm single. I don't even think it's American. It's not, you can't be full-blooded American if you're single and don't chase it after the ladies.
Well, that's the problem Cecil the Lion has. He's 27 years old and he has yet to have sex.
Who?
Cecil the Lion.
Well, Tebow said he didn't have sex.
He'll be with us tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, real?
He's going to be directing tomorrow. Hopefully you can encourage him to maybe go after these women.
I got a couple here,
He's trying to get
What about Big Bird? I'm trying to hook you up tonight.
No, please.
You don't want Big
Linda
Bird?
and I are going to Florida in a couple of weeks, so I got to...
Oh, you're still trying to... Okay.
I don't know what I'm trying to do with that.
All
That's a
right.
different story.
Hey, sweetie, he loves you.
Yeah, I do, in my own way.
Of course you do, in your own way. Whatever way that is, he loves you.
No, not like that
I
anymore.
bet he jacks off thinking about you.
No, I'll play. I don't know how the conversation went there, but... Oh, Marty, you always make things interesting, my friend.
We still didn't talk about 1989.
Well, this episode isn't about that.
Oh,
Speaking of interesting and speaking of changes,
Yeah.
did you hear about what has gone on with recent, well, I should say former WWE talent in the late 2000s, Tyler Rex? He went the first
That's a good name.
transgender professional wrestler. They went through the sex change operation and now goes by the name Gabby Tuft. As far as I know,
That's a pretty good name for somebody who got clipped.
That is the first transgender wrestler.
30?
Wait, what? Wait, what? 4? How many fists?
30 minutes.
Oh, well, that's
told
not
you,
what's
bro.
on my sheet, brother.
Oh, I didn't know.
Howard, you're killing me.
You changed, bro.
Live at 7.
Howard, don't worry.
No, we go live at 8.
Oh.
We got to cut by 7:30.
My bad.
Even though I have the best crack team that money can't buy.
Crack team.
Sometimes they mess with my brain, and it's easy to mess with my brain on these taping
Yeah,
days
when you
because I
say-
could get so overwhelmed.
When you say I'm driving him crazy, it's a short trip.
Well, let me tell you something, folks. You spend 3 days with my buddy Marty, and you tell me what you feel like on the 4th day. But I think the world of the man. We have a lot of fun. What do you think of having one of the boys become one of the girls?
I don't know that person, Rex. That was a pretty good name, whatever it was, Rex.
Tyler Rex.
Tyler Rex. That's a cool name. I don't. Look, man, if you want to clip your nuts off, as long as it ain't button affecting these, I don't give a fuck. Go do what you want to do. You know what I mean? I'm going to do what I want to do. Let me do me, you do you. If you want to take your nuts, clip them off, put them on a mantle on a damn plaque or something, and say, I used to have this.
You think that's
God
what
bless
they
you.
do?
I don't care. It don't. What's it got to do with me? That's the bottom line. What's it got to do with me?
You know what I found interesting is that there were a lot of them that would come to our good friends at Noel Salon, 347 Pleasant Street,
I
in
told
Malden,
you.
Massachusetts.
You got some gay
There were-
tendencies.
What's that?
You got some gay tendencies.
I have gay tendencies?
Yeah,
What are my gay tendencies?
Have you ever touched a nut? Besides your
My
own.
own.
Besides your own.
Maybe when I was cleaning the baby's ass when he was
Yeah,
in
don't
diapers.
do
I don't
that.
know,
Don't do that.
Well, I mean, that's about it.
What do you mean?
That's the lifeline of me and testicles.
Yeah, but you were in the right place, man. You was in that. We talked about that salon. That's all girls.
Oh.
Girls are coming.
Well, like I said,
how many
it
guys
was-
go to a damn saloon?
There were a handful that would come in to get their
a
hair
handful
done.
compared to everything.
But I mean, there was there were a transgender that came in. I mean, there
Nuh-uh.
was one.
How you know?
What's that?
How you know? You touched
Well, they were
them?
very out about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
they brag on it? Well, hey, I got my nuts clipped off. Hey, I got some nuts sewed on to me.
The woman that owns the salon was very welcoming to them. If you go to the website, there's a private
there's still a
area for
person.
them, and some of them would have their hair done in the regular area. Some preferred to have the private area in the back. But I just remember.
Oh, y'all did trimmings down there?
What?
You trimmed them up?
No, not the bush.
Oh, okay.
No, just the
I
hair.
thought that's what you did. Back
no.
room.
No, I mean we had a private area for, like I said, I told you before about that, for the people that rip the hair out. They had private area for them. For the for the transgender that aren't fully out to the world, they had a private area. But I remember there was one, just the size of the hands when they give me the credit card to leave. It was like a baseball mitt. It was, and the man's name was on the credit card, so they didn't.
Well, that's the thing. This is 2021, I think, right?
It is, yeah.
It is. And what do you think it's going to be like in 10 years from now? I mean, we're not going to know when we're at the club. This happened in France. When we was in France, I told you about this. Hercules and I were going after the same girl, lady. She was a black lady, very, 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 very pretty. And Herc and I had to end up chasing the blonde-haired girl out and went back to the room with her. Herc ended up with the black lady. And I went, I was, when I was done with mine, I'm always going to want second helpings. And so
second helpings?
Yes.
All right.
And I heard them next door. I heard some
Hercules
noise.
and the black woman?
Yes. Right. And Paul Roman you had Paul, right? Paul could tell you the best. He was rooming with him.
They were tag teaming
I went and knocked on the door. No, Paul, I don't think Paul did that.
Oh.
I knocked on the door, and Paul cracks it, and he goes, "Oh, come on in." And the girl was on, like, in between the beds, because they had double beds, in that little bit of in between. She was in there blowing him. And her skirt had come up, and her nuts were hanging out in the back. I'm like, Herc, I said, dude. He goes, I know. Don't you say a fucking word or I'll beat your ass. He wanted her to finish blowing him.
That's what Hercules said? Don't tell?
Yeah, she said, I know.
So he figured it out?
Don't you tell nobody. Oh. Paul Roman, I didn't have to. Paul told everybody the next day. Just she sucked off Herc. But I saw them nuts hanging. I'm like, oh my God. I was trying to chase her earlier.
You went after the.
Hey man, the nads were like, they were just
hanging.
I
mean,
hanging about this. That's an empty sack or something. Why the hell? Or full sack.
There's a story. It's
a skirt. Picture that. A skirt. She was wearing she, whatever it was, wearing a skirt, bent over blowing somebody, and nuts were hanging right here. Gosh damn. What's it going to be like in 2030? We got to ask for an ID card and check them out.
I mean, let me ask you this, Marty. You are a man that has probably had, how many women would you say you've had sex with in your life? Over 1,000?
Yeah, and the reason I know is me and Sean started keeping count for about 3 years, and we were averaging 100 a year for like just 3 years. And then me and him, you're falling asleep.
No, I'm not.
I saw your eyes. But anyway, about 1,000. And I'm sorry about that if that sounds
You're catching up to Howard.
No, girls for me.
No, I know. Howard said
I was just kidding, Howard.
Howard said about 1,100.
Damn. That's work. You know what?
When he was doing the stunt double work for Howard Stern in Private Parts, he met a lot of women.
Yeah. Somebody recently, Ric Flair did, but it was a black basketball player. He had said he'd been with 10,000 women. He's pretty popular. I can't, but he did a book. He had a book, been with 10,000. I'm gonna call bullshit because I'm gonna tell you how hard it was on 1,000. I mean, you're on the road 300 days a year. That means on average every third day, every other day, and it has to be a new girl. Me and Sean had a rule. Blowjobs are better. Like, if you get a hand job or you dry hump, all that shit don't count. It's got to be blowjob or better. And it takes a while. 10,000, man, shut the fuck up. Go rewrite that book, brother. You ain't meant with no 10. Flair said the same thing. And he probably...
He said 10,000?
Yes, and he probably said it because of, not Bill Russell, was it
Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah. Yeah, and he probably was with about 1,000. No 10,000.
Can one of our crack staff Google that in the control room?
Wilt Chamberlain, 10,000 women.
Who
There's
was
a book.
the NBA star that said they slept with 10,000 women? We're looking for a name.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Wilt.
So you've had over 1,000 women.
Oh, right at that. I don't know about
Did
over.
you ever run into a situation where it was a transgender, where it was a man?
One time I reached down and, like rubbing, and I felt it didn't feel right. And I just stopped. I didn't ask no questions. I just stopped and went and got the other girl that was at the house. But yeah, it might have been a ball sack down there.
So just one time?
And see, to me, listen, all you transgenders, be up front, let them know you got a sack of nuts. don't make us fucking kiss, and you're kissing a damn dude and you're not trying to kiss a dude. Be honest about the shit. Everybody's gonna love you. We'll love you more if you're honest about it. Because Herc also, we was in San Francisco one time. Same kind of thing happened to Herc. Herc was a magnet for bitches with balls.
Hercules was a magnet to get transgenders?
Yeah, we were in San Francisco coming back from Fisherman's Wharf. Great place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've been there. Yeah, great.
Very
place,
nice area.
And,
expensive.
Yeah, it is. It was tourists, But yeah, he was in the back seat. I was right by him. I was in the back seat. And he's kissing. He rubs, and there was a set of nuts in the thingling, and he was like, "Put the fucking stop!" Paul was driving. Roma again was driving. Him and Sean were up front, and he slammed on brakes. Paul slammed on brakes. Herc opened the door and shoved it out in the street. I say it because. I guess
he didn't get a blowjob from
No, he shoved that one out, and he shoved it right out on the ground. And then we drove back to the hotel.
He threw the transgender out of the car?
Shoved her. He didn't throw her. He shoved her real hard. And she took a, you heard her hit the ground. You heard that.
She took a bump.
She took a good one.
Well, Hercules was a strong man. I don't know if I'd want to be hurled by him out of a moving car.
I told you what happened. Ed Carr, Boo Thomas won 2 Tough Man contests.
Yeah.
And Bill Dundee watched Herc beat it. They were together, and Herc, whipped him up. And Bill Watts was like, that's impossible. He won 2 Tough Man contests. And old Bill Dundee said, Herc wasn't in them, though.
Well, I mean, you know what? Back to Tyler Rex, it must have been a very difficult life for him in working in WWE, feeling like he was a woman.
That's the thing now. Like, what's that dude's name that has the Kardashians? Jenner? Bruce Jenner?
Yeah, Bruce Jenner.
Didn't he cut his damn shit off?
I don't know if he had the surgery, but I know he goes by, what's his name now?
Christian. Or Chrissy.
No. What's Jenner's name?
Some girl name.
Guys, I need another one in the back. What's Bruce Jenner go by now by name?
Chrissy.
Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, he's right. Caitlyn?
Yeah, he's Caitlyn.
What about that little girl with this? Now she's like a billionaire.
Who?
One of the daughters, the twins.
Oh, you mean the Kardashian girls? Yeah.
Yeah,
they've done well for themselves for people that have no
talent.
talent.
That crazy? It all started by Kim sucking a dick on TV on a video.
Well,
with Ray J, I think it was.
Yes, her and Ray J. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, my God, that's going back a little bit now. But anyway.
I looked at it and nothing against you, Ray J. But I mean, I'm talking out of my ass right now. I shouldn't be. I'm way out of pocket. I'm sorry.
What do we got?
But he's got about a 9-inch, but it's thin as fuck. You might as well get a string, make a string, spray it with hairspray, make it hard.
You weren't impressed with Ray J's manhood.
I'm not into that, but I just because everybody bragged. Well, it was the same thing with Tommy Lee, and I love Tommy to death. But when he was with Pam, they slipped up and did some shit on video that got out. And Tommy's like, she was all bragging about it. She was videoing his dick, and it's like that, but it's thinner than this. And
well, it's just like heights and weights, I guess. Everything's
your
different.
body structure,
Yeah.
But she was like, "Oh, I'm so lucky." But she was making the video like her kids will see it later when they grow up.
To be proud of it.
Because she said, Mama's so lucky. Look at Mama is so lucky.
She actually said that?
Yes, on video. It's on video.
Oh, my God. Oh, you weren't around when she did her little WWF run.
Yeah, it was. Sean, I had to stop Tommy from beating her ass. Sean's ass.
Why?
Because he was fucking with Pam, and Tommy found out.
Sean nailed Pam Anderson?
I didn't see it, but they were together.
How intimate are you talking?
When Tommy came up there to whip Sean's ass, you tell me. I had to hold him back, man. He knew, he was like, I know who you are. I love you, man. I love you, but your partner, I'm gonna beat. I'm like, nah, I can't let you. It was at the L.A. arena.
But she was around from
96.
January. No, it was 95.
95.
Yeah, I thought you were on hiatus then after the.
I was in and out so many times.
But you had to
Did
stop.
you see what I did?
Yeah, unfortunately. You had to stop Tommy Lee, though, from going after Shawn Michaels.
I think he would have whooped Sean's ass.
Really?
I think so. First of all, when you're mad for a reason, you got a little bit of an edge in the fight. If you get in a fight and you know you did something wrong, you just gave them more. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can beat people that you couldn't if you're for the right reason. You got screwed over and they know it. That's going to give you a little bit of advantage. I mean, you ain't going to go off the Brock Lesnar no matter what he does, But for the most street people, when somebody's done you wrong, you already got the advantage in the fight. And sometimes fights come down to a very little advantage. But if you carry your knife like this, then you go.
Where did this take place?
L.A. arena.
So Sean had Pamela Anderson at the L.A. arena
in his dressing room to themselves.
Really?
She was kind of. I mean, I don't got nothing against you, Pam, but I thought that was rude as shit. She goes, I don't want to dress around these fucking wrestlers. I want a room away from them. You're working for us, bitch.
To be fair, she might have been the only woman there, right?
Sherry was there, I think, Martell.
No, she was gone by then.
Okay, but
Sherry
the other
left
girl
in
was
93.
there, Jennifer McCarthy. And I'm not going to tell y'all, the other tag team partner. Yeah.
Wait, now what happened with
No, don't even try. Don't even try.
No, I am going to try. What happened with Jenny McCarthy?
She's pretty sweet, man.
She's a pretty woman.
She's fun. Yeah, she is.
And I'll tell you this,
she's fun to be around. She's fun to be around. Pam's an asshole. I'm sorry, Pam, but she's an asshole.
Even as she's aged, she's still very pretty.
Yeah. And she's funny. She's fun. She's actually a funny girl. She cuts up a lot.
So what happened with you and Jenny McCarthy?
Don't even ask about Jane Fonda.
No, well, the hatchet to the tomato.
Oh, it's like an axe.
But no, come on. I'm sure the fans are going to have a lot of questions. Well, what happened with you and Jenny?
Oh, we said hello.
Yeah, and then what?
We kept saying hello for about 30 minutes.
For about 30 and where did that happen? Where did you say hello to Jenny?
You don't need to know it was at the dressing room.
In the dressing room for 30 minutes.
You don't need to know that.
Oh, you were just saying hello, I guess.
I'm sorry,
right?
Jeannie. I was just kidding. That didn't really happen.
That didn't really happen? I don't believe you for some reason. But now, what about her cousin? Did you have any interest in her?
Who's that?
What's her name? Melissa McCarthy?
Oh, I don't even know.
What's Jenny McCarthy's cousin's name? Staff in the back.
Let me throw the
actress, the comedian.
Well, Jennifer.
Kind of a larger woman.
Jennifer's doing comedy now.
Who?
Jenny. She's doing.
Yeah.
Stand-up.
Doesn't she do some...
Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah, what about Melissa McCarthy?
I don't know. Is she pretty?
Well, she's...
No!
She's not pretty at all. I ain't fucking... Oh,
she's,
you know what?
She was a little rotund.
You know what Ricky Morton told me one time?
What did he say?
He said, Marty, I've never went to bed with an ugly girl, but I woke up with quite a few.
Well, words to live by, I guess. But, geez, we still haven't completely solved the Jane Fonda mystery.
She spit on the Americans.
And then,
but if she's going to spit on them, she'll spit on the dick right before she puts it way down her neck.
So Jane filleted you?
No, but you know what? She said one time, I heard this. I mean, so this is not coming out of my mouth.
This is secondhand information.
Yeah, secondhand. She told somebody he was in my belly when he put it in me down there. I could feel it up in my belly. So that means she got a little small body. This was word in the street. But she's feeling ding-a-ling up in her belly.
Was it Nage?
Was it what?
Nage?
Nage, Ric Flair?
Yeah.
No,
Did Jane ride Space Mountain?
She might have. I don't know what that little bitch did.
Oh, you know.
Well, I don't know what she did with him.
Wait a minute. Jane Fonda was the nature girl? Is that what you're trying to say?
Space Mountain's been around for a long time.
Well, I'm talking about Jane Fonda. Was she in line? For a ride
Ted,
on
Ted, I'm sorry, but your wife's a hoe.
How many WCW people would you say she was with?
10.
10?
8.
8. Now, are you talking wrestlers? Are you talking office?
You know, when I first met Sean's wife,
yeah,
I was with Scott Hall. And hey, I ain't saying nothing bad. I love y'all. I love you, Sean. I love Rebecca. I love your family. You know, but we just talking, man.
Yeah.
And this is way back then. And then too, it was Scott Hall that said it, because I don't know it to be a fact. But I saw Rebecca, and oh my God, I was like, when Scott, because the Nitro girls, we weren't used to nothing like that in WCW.
Yeah.
They had a couple card girls that went around, but I was like, oh my God, Scott, her, because Scott had already been there for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm like, me and him have been friends since 1986.
Yeah.
From AWA, and I'm like, her, Scott, who's that? He goes, and I think she went as Whisper. I think that was her Nitro name.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes, that's Whisper. He goes, don't bother her. I said, why? Look at her. I mean, man. And he goes, she's dating the vice president of TBS. All right, she was like 21-ish.
Wow.
At the time, he was 80.
He was 80?
Well, he was up there.
But as far as Fonda...
It was like an Anna Nicole Smith thing.
Oh, my God. But as far as Fonda goes, was it wrestlers? Was it office staff?
Probably everything that moves.
Well, you said there were about 8 to 10. No,
that's what I'd get, 8. We'll go with 8.
We'll go with 8. But
maybe even 7.
Was it wrestlers or was it more like
I don't know
office
this.
staff?
I don't know. I didn't.
So how are you coming up with this number then?
I've seen how she acts.
How she acts?
Yeah, I think she got a lot of favors with her sex. I think now I'm just saying my opinion. I think that she got a lot of things done by using her down there.
But why WCW though? That really wasn't.
Because that's where TV they owned it. Turner owned it.
No, I understand that, but I mean that wasn't one of
what do you not understand?
Their most important properties. Why would Jane go to such great lengths to be around these wrestlers?
Sex.
You think she likes sex? Yeah. Now, but would you say these 7 people, were they all wrestlers or were they?
Oh, no. I would say, I don't know.
That would be your educated opinion.
I would guess both, personnel and the wrestlers.
Well, Eazy-E liked to go next door to the neighbors.
Eazy-E?
Eric Bischoff.
There's something I can't tell you, man.
They used to go back and forth to the Page residence.
Do you know? No, never mind.
No, come on. Come on.
I am not going to tell the world that he traded his wife off for favors. Kimberly. I'm not going to tell the world that.
Well, it's kind of known in the industry.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Well, yeah, because Eric was one of them.
It was almost like the kids with
Here's the word in the street.
It was almost
okay, this ain't come from MJ in the house. This is the word in the street. Paige was having her to do Eric so they could raise up the ladder, and Eric fell in love with her and started making her promises because he had an open wallet to Turner's money. It was an endless pool, man. And but he was like, hey, leave him. I'll make you the happiest life. Leave him. He was trying to, first of all, Dallas is giving his girl, right? Here's some pussy, do what you're going to do. She's coming back home to me. But he fell in love with her. I don't know Kimberly that well, but she was, what little bit I did know, she was a sweetheart.
Well, what I was told by a high-ranking WCW official was that it was just a lot of swinging going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, as well as Mrs. Bischoff with Paige. It was almost like a swing set going back and forth across the street.
I didn't know that part.
Oh, you didn't know that part? Well,
no.
You know what? It's an interesting.
I mean, I don't doubt it.
Now, do you think that Bischoff ever had Jane Fonda?
It's possible. It's very possible.
Was that ever in the?
Is Eric? Hey, y'all, is Eric Bischoff? Is he a good-looking dude? Because women do flock to him. You see, I'm not like you're probably a handsome man, but all I see is a dude. You know, I just can't see looks.
I'm not a handsome man to you.
Do what?
I'm not a handsome man to you.
You need to shave.
Like Eric Bischoff.
Here, use this. You got
cut that off.
Spider. No. You got a spider leg.
Oh, let me see. All right.
No, in your beard down here.
But do you?
You want this?
No, I don't want that. Do you think that Bischoff had a little?
It's possible.
Possible. But was it ever?
I mean, he had an open wallet to Ted Turner's damn fucking money, and that was a lot of money. People would get hurt, and they still, it's called the IR, the injured reserve. They'd stay on they'd like, oh, my shoulder, I can't work now for like 9 years, and you get paid.
Well, I know our good friend Lanny Poffo, a man that is
He's
known
a good
for
one,
his
man.
own fellatio.
I miss him, man.
He was under contract for several years, and he only had one match.
A lot of them. When I was there, I only worked like the weekends. Not even the weekends. What was their show?
Nitro,
Monday,
Thunder?
the one Monday night.
Monday Nitro.
And then Tuesday we would take Thunder, which was on Thursday.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all I did.
Now,
I had a pretty good contract.
Was it a guarantee or a per
Yes,
day?
guarantee.
Oh, it was a guarantee,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, if I didn't work at all, I'd still get paid, you know. I think it was $175,000.
Wow.
And they break it, you know, they pay you weekly.
Yeah.
You know, you get it every Monday in the mailbox. And yeah, there was sometimes, there was times I got left off. I wasn't on, and I hated that. I mean, I like working. I don't care about the paycheck. That's a bonus. But when they leave me off like 1 week, like I ain't gonna be on Nitro or Thunder, so I got like 2 weeks of nothing, still get paid. I can see how them guys in injury reserve sit out for 9 months, you know, tore all my fingernail. I gotta, and then they check in like, no, I'm not ready yet. All right, Turner's money. We'll just keep paying you.
And you enjoyed working. You didn't want to.
Yeah,
be
I didn't want to. I don't care.
You
about
wanted
that.
to party.
Well, that, and I love wrestling.
Where were you living at that point?
In Orlando. When
You
I
were still in Orlando?
You know, I only had one house in my life, and I bought it, paid for it the first year because I don't like paying interest.
We've had that talk. I don't either.
Yeah.
So we have that in common.
Yeah.
But
man, I was 20.
Where do you live now?
Right out in Alabama. They got my Alabama hat.
No, but I mean, yeah, you do. But you don't live in a house. Is it an apartment or?
No, it's a damn tin can, and it's out in the woods. I mean, I'm way deep out there.
Like you mean like a kind of like a trailer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, my friend Whopper, he calls it. We gotta get you out of this tin can.
Why did you leave Orlando?
Oh shit, man, that was long ago. Because that one girl I married for 4 days.
You were married to someone for 4 days?
Yeah, Annette. Yeah. I just.
How did you end that? After 4 days?
Well,
out of
we had
curiosity?
the honeymoon. 3 days of the honeymoon was great. We went to Disney. You know, right there in Orlando. It's just on the other side. And oh man, best time in the world. I did some ecstasy, and when me and her were having sex, and you know, ecstasy, I started seeing colors shooting through. Like it was, and they were all pink and blue, which that's like you know,
boy and girl.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there, and blue, pink flash went by, you know, during the sex. And I told her, like, I'm seeing colors. She goes, I am too. So I'm thinking, best thing in the world, man. And I think she's fixed because she already had 3 kids, you know. And it wasn't the tightest down there. You know, you can't pass 3 bowling balls through a little spot.
But why did this only last 4 days?
Okay, so the day 4 after the honeymoon's over, she got to go back to work. You know, I wrestle. I ain't got to do nothing until the weekend. And I had that weekend off. So I went to pick her up at work. And, you know, she was a mortgage broker. She taught me that. We had our own business for a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah. and she, I went, I usually when I'd pick her up, I'd wait outside, she'd come outside. But I thought, let everybody see the honeymooner, the new couple, whatever it's called, newlyweds, that's it. And so I went in to get her. And her little cubicle, I walked up behind her, and she was on the phone. And I figured she's, it was after 5, it was like 5:05 or something. I figured she was, closing the deal. She's still on the phone, so I sat there and waited. And I now heard her say, yeah, we can't do it at the house. I'm married now. We'll get a hotel room. He's gone this weekend. My heart, from here, I felt it fall through the floor when I heard that shit. I thought the wedding thing, because I only married her because my dad liked her, and it was 1 year to his death, and Gino and all my family were so upset. 1 year, what are you gonna do? And I'm like, I didn't know you celebrate a year of death. But since everybody was sad, Mom was gonna get a cabin out in the woods, Gino was gonna, everybody was like all sad shit, and I thought, they didn't want me to get married. Dad liked her. It was October 27, 1998. That it was 1 year from when he died. And on the day, it was on the day, of his death, that we married. And it was for Dad. And when we were sitting there doing the vows, and her 3, we went and got them in a limousine. We went and picked up her boys from school. And my sister, I told Pat Tanaka had to stand in for my brother.
Oh, wow.
My brother was in the hospital. He couldn't make it. But I didn't tell him what was up. I just said, something special for Dad. Y'all come. I paid for him to come up to Orlando from Columbus. My sister Diane and my mother, and which I really never liked her, but I had to as I got older. I realized, it's still your mother. But
you didn't like your mother?
No, she used to beat us when we were young.
Oh.
But they were there, and so while we're doing the vows, you know who Sarah Palin? I gotta show you pictures.
Oh, I know who Sarah Palin is.
Yeah, she's the one that did married it. She read the vows and shit.
Sarah Palin?
Yeah, I'll show you.
The one from Alaska?
Yes.
What the hell was she doing in Orlando, Florida,
I have
reading
no
vows?
idea. Annette found her. I think she was buying a home or something. And that's what Annette did. She was a mortgage broker.
Uh-huh.
And so that was her. I didn't have shit to do with the wedding other than say, let's get married.
How long were you with Annette?
4 days.
No, leading up to it.
No, we were actually together for, kind of dating or messing around, whatever you say, for a while. I mean, she fucked Horace Grant one time. He played basketball.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
Orlando Magic, because she was mad at me. She got mad at me because I was trying to stop drinking, and we went to a basketball game. We went to the Magic's basketball game. And a little cheerleader, one of the cheerleaders, I mean, gosh, damn, what a body. And she started talking to me. And I didn't make plans to meet her because I was with Annette, like 5 seats up or whatever. But, I was being nice, talk to her. And I would have loved to. But, I'm with somebody right now. I'm trying to do right. And Annette saw us talking, and she got attitude. And when I don't do something wrong, I don't need no attitude. Because I can bring it right back. So she ended up, we went home like, fuck you, bitch, and fuck you, bastard, kind of thing. And she showed up the next day all sore, because I guess Horace has a thing-a-ling about this big.
He's a big, large man.
He's 6'10", and a black man, like you said, a black man. Well, what do you think that hog leg was like? She shows up all sore and shit. And like, I'm so sorry. At first, I didn't know to believe her or not, but I knew, she said a couple of things. I knew Horace from around town. She said a couple of things like, yep, she did. She fucked Horace. And it's like,
and she admitted it right away?
Pretty much, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, she felt all bad, because she knew it was her fault. I didn't do that with that cheerleader. She talked to me. I said hello.
How did she know Horace Grant?
They went to, how they met up was a club. All the Magic used, I can't remember the name of it. It was a pretty cool club. It was on Church Street there, right by Church Street in Orlando, for any of y'all in Orlando, by Church Street. That's one street back. And it was black, the outside was all black.
Yeah.
With white letters on it. I can't remember the name of it though. But Yeah, the basketball players always go there, which was cool because you get to fraternize with your basketball team. But she did more
Annette did
fraternize.
really fraternize.
Yeah. And so on day 4, I heard her, but this wasn't even Horace Grant. It was some dude up in New York that's messed around. She fucked around a lot, and I knew that. I only didn't marry her for her honesty. I married because my dad loved her, and that meant the world to me that my dad did. I told my dad one time, I said, "Dad, she's a whore."
You told your father
Yes,
that Annette was a whore.
Yeah, and you know what he said?
What did he say?
He said, "Marty, you can't hold people's past against them." That's all he said.
What about their presence?
Well, that's what I told him. She'll be a whore tomorrow, Dad. But my dad was my world. He was my hero. Everything I did was for him. And
so you married the whore?
Married the whore for him.
So
On
what
the day,
happened
on the day, and then when I called her, it was so funny. They say you can't feel energy. Well, we got 30.
We got to wrap up very soon though, because we got to prepare for our live episode. But
oh yeah,
so you heard
that'll be
Annette
fun.
You heard Annette on the phone.
Yeah, yeah. I'm standing behind her, so her back's to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no mirror. There's no way she knew I was standing there. But when I heard her say that, my heart dropped, man. What I was gonna say about all that shit was during the wedding. I looked around. I mean, it wasn't for me. I didn't need to be married, but I saw my mom, my sister, her 3 kids. Everybody was glowing. Pat Tanaka, he stood in. He's one of my best friends. Remember Orient Express?
Yep.
He stood in for my brother because my brother was in the hospital.
Yeah.
My brother, we got pictures of Sarah Palin's holding the phone. She's holding the phone so Gino could hear it.
Wow.
The vowels and yes and all that shit from his hospital bed. And and the pictures are great. I haven't given them to you. You can put them up.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I looked around and everybody, even Sarah seemed like she was glowing. Everybody was glowing. Like this was like, so I was like,
So what did you say to her after you heard this phone call?
Well, I thought in that moment, I looked up and remember thinking, Dad's got to be smiling. Because look at everybody here. Everybody's so happy, and I know Dad's happy. And, it was the best feeling in the world. I never felt nothing like that without drugs. And then 4 days later, I felt, they say the higher the highs, the lower the lows. It's true, because I had never felt that high, without drugs or whatever. I never felt, life was beautiful. Then I heard her making plans to fuck around that weekend, and I swear to God, I felt my heart fall. Not the physical heart, but something in here, it fell through the floor. And I was like, I couldn't even speak, but she spun around like little spindle chairs. She spun around like this. She's on the phone. She had no mirror, no way of knowing I even came in, because I never came in.
Yeah.
She felt the energy or something. Because when she spun around in the chair, she was already like this. And she just like hung up. I don't even think she said goodbye. She hung up and she started trying to apologize, and I wasn't having it. I was like, nah, get away from me. Nah. And so
Well, the marriage had to have
we
lasted.
got it annulled. It wasn't actually
It had to last more than 4 days, though. You couldn't get it annulled that quick.
No, like
that day.
within a week or so. But
Wow.
I say 4 days because that's when it was over.
To you, it was done.
Yep.
That
And
makes
she
sense.
kept trying, like, I'm sorry. How you going to be sorry that you're making plans to fuck around when I'm on the road this weekend? You're sorry you got caught. That's all.
Yeah. All right, wrestling fans, unbelievable what an episode this is. Many twists and turns as we try to talk a little current events. And we get into...
we didn't get nowhere again.
Marty's little marital affair. I didn't even know Mary.
Well, it's not official.
I didn't even know Marty was married at one point.
Annulled. I'm still...
part of an annulled marriage.
Never been married. 4 days.
Was Jane Fonda invited to the wedding?
She should have.
No. What about McCarthy?
I actually wanted to get with Sarah Palin. She's kind of pretty.
Yeah.
And she, I'm sitting here
She
married.
must have been much younger.
Look, I'm sitting here marrying this girl right now, and I'm looking at this girl, the one reading the vows and shit.
The things we learn on this show, fans, are running out of time. Again, if you've been joining us for the live premiere, the Super Chat is open for business. It helps us keep the lights on and bring in more tremendous wrestling superstars. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife for this partying man, but
No, not last night it didn't.
Our eBay store is open 24/7. The link is in the description box below. Great wrestling merchandise from every era of wrestling. And again, you help the wrestlers because the income we generate from those sales, we pump right back in to these productions. And most important, we're looking to grow the family over on Patreon. We get the early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD collection that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives. Plus, again, you keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Independent wrestling has been killed. Fanfests have been killed. Conventions have been killed. Autograph signings have been killed. This is a great platform for these legends to make a little extra money to help pay bills to live. Visit it, subscribe for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Do you think Jane Fonda watches the show?
After some of the comments you've made, maybe. I don't know what she thinks about what you've said about her vagina rumors.
I did not say a tomato.
It was secondhand information.
Yes.
I hope.
Yes, me too.
All right, folks, for my friend Marty Jannetty, we will be back next, God willing, we'll be back next Thursday at 10 o'clock. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Carry your knife.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Oberhausen Arena in Oberhausen, Germany, Thursday, April the 1st, 1999, birthday of multi-time WWE World Champion Randy Orton. The opening contest, WWF Tag Team Champion X-Pac beat the Brooklyn Brawler. Val Venus and Jackie with the win over D'Lo Brown and Ivory. Triple H defeated WWF Tag Team Champion Kane. WWF Intercontinental Champion Goldust retained the title over Road Dogg. WWF Hardcore Champion Hardcore Holly retained the title over Al Snow. The Undertaker victorious over Ken Shamrock. Billy Gunn beat Gangrel. Edge and Christian with the win over Owen Hart and Jeff Jarrett. The Big Show defeated the Big Boss Man, and in the main event, WWF World Champion Stone Cold Steve Austin retained the title over The Rock. If you were in Oberhausen live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. You never know what to expect from our friend Marty. He has been a great friend and a valuable resource to me during these times with Tony. Let me tell you that. I appreciate Marty very much. Up next, our fifth and final shoot of the week, all the way from Honolulu, Hawaii, it's Majo Ouellette's Main Squeeze. The one, the only, John Cena Sr. as we look at and dissect both the 2020 and 2021 WWE Hall of Fame classes. Here's Johnny. All that news and more, Johnny. Here we are. We made it through the month of March. It's finally April. Can you believe that?
Well, you know what? Time flies when you're having fun, and we have nothing but fun and honest opinions.
And you know what? It's not just any fabulous Friday, Johnny. It is Good Friday.
Amen.
It is one of your favorite weekends of the year, with Easter coming up on Sunday. For the fans at home that may not know, why is Easter such a important day to you?
Well, it's the day that Jesus rose from the dead, really, and saved the world, saved the souls like me and others around me. It's a beautiful day. It has great meaning. It offers great hope to those of us and those that want to believe and do believe. It's the Christian holiday. It's a great day. It's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day.
And did you know that your good friend Betty Skolland actually witnessed it?
Witnessed what?
The resurrection.
Really?
She was around for it back then, yeah.
Oh.
She's had a long run.
I understand she's the one that moved the stone.
Oh, wrestling fans, the clock is ticking. We are now just 8 days away from the first of 2 nights at WrestleMania. But Johnny, next Friday we had planned on kind of breaking down the big event more, as things tend to happen the week of the event. But we're now just literally a few days away from both the 2020 and 2021 classes of the WWE Hall of Fame being inducted this coming Tuesday night, making for at least 8 straight days of WWE television for those that wish to enjoy it. That is going to be an interesting endeavor. I'm not even sure where it is going to be. No fans are going to be allowed. Johnny, what do you think of the concept of a fanless Hall of Fame induction?
You know what? If they don't allow the fans to attend, I think it's a disservice to those who are being inducted. I think that it's time now they rethink the process, because it is a fan thing. It's not only for those people, men and women, who have earned their right and the privilege to be noticed beyond everyone else into that Hall of Fame. And it should be enjoyed by everyone. If you don't have fans there and you don't have people, it's kind of like watching a wrestling match without anybody there. It kind of like it's like a bad bottle of Fabo Pop. If it's not right, it goes flat.
Well, I actually agree with you 110% on that, Johnny. I think it does a disservice to those great individuals. Well, most of the individuals are great that are being inducted, but the events can be a little long in the tooth, and to induct 2 classes in one night, I also think is a mistake.
That is not going to work at all. You cannot do that, because even though they have now reduced the time that each inductee can make his or her speech, telling why and how they feel and how they got where they were and what they went through to get there and what they promoted and gave to the business, meaning their bodies, their lives, their time, for fan appreciation. That's all lost. You can't do it. The attention span of the average person, because I do a lot of teaching and public speaking, is about 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
You're going to double this? I'm going to tell you something. You know what? I don't know. You weren't there. Or maybe you were when they inducted Mr. T.
Oh, I remember seeing your head in the audience, because you were just about dead center. I wish I was there. That was the night Percy was inducted.
Yep. And then, you know what? That's how it's gonna be. Nothing against Mr. T, but until you think about the whole process, one induction, you're asking me to sit there for 2. Good luck. Good luck. I'm going to tell you, as a fan, as a person involved in the business, I'm going to tell you something right now. That's going to be another Fabo Pop that's going to go flat.
Do you think they would have been better off to hold off until maybe next year and just hit the pause button for a little bit? I don't think there's a law that says they have to have a class every year.
Well, you know what? I think you might have hit the nail on the head. Pause button is something that's a very useful tool. We know who's going to be inducted. We know who they are. Why not do an honorary induction and then do a full induction when the fans can be there to recognize those individuals that are being inducted into the Hall of Fame. You know, sometimes penny wise and pound foolish. I guess that's the only word I can use.
A great analogy. It really is a great analogy. There are a lot of fans that think the Hall of Fame is a bit much, a bit long. I actually tend to enjoy it, even if I think the ceremonies can go a little long. I think I would try and limit it to 6 inductions per class. And I have told you what I thought about the Warrior Award. Don't think that should take place during a Wrestling Hall of Fame. I think it should be maybe something on a special edition of Raw or another TV show, maybe to make a particular episode of TV a little more special. I don't think a Warrior Award during a very lengthy Hall of Fame of wrestling ceremony is the proper place for it. Again, one man's opinion. Everyone is entitled to their own. I'm sorry?
No, we can make that 2 opinions. I happen to agree with you on that.
Even though they had a wonderful individual inducted when they were in New York City with the Warrior Award. Back in 2019, the last time fans were allowed to enjoy the Hall of Fame ceremony in person, and that was at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. It took us nearly 2 hours to go 6 miles to the hotel in Newark, but that's a different story for a different time. The lovely Sue Aitchison, someone that deserves to be honored in the WWE Hall of Fame, Warrior Award, or otherwise, but just it's almost unfair to those recipients that go out to a group of fans that have really no idea who they are, what they're there for. I remember the poor guy, I can't even remember his name, but the year they were in Orlando, he was in a wheelchair and he had some kind of a breathing device hooked up to him, and you really couldn't hear him or understand him. And I hate to say it, but the fans really weren't all that interested in it. You know what I mean? Because again, nothing against what that man went through and his trials and tribulations, but just it had nothing to do with the pro wrestling aspect of what the event was, which is a Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, you know?
I would concur with 100%. I think that the Warrior Award is a special award by itself.
Right.
And that award should be done, and I happen to agree with you this time, on a special occasion, another pay-per-view, even if they did a Warrior Night, a wrestling show, a Warrior Night, special matches, special things. And at that point, do the Warrior Award. It's something that needs to be by itself. It's like, you scramble eggs and you throw something in there that doesn't belong.
Mm-hmm.
And so it tastes terrible. And unfortunately, they hit the pause button when they do that Warrior Award. Let's keep the continuity the way it belongs, and then take the Warrior Award. And it's a memory of a great human being, a person that worked. He did what he did. God bless him. I know you have a different opinion, but I mean, we all have our goods and bads.
I think his online mocking of Bobby Heenan dying of cancer is going to come back to bite them at some point. But again, that's just my opinion.
I agree with you 100% on that one also. But again, I'm with you. That's a separate award. It's a special award. It's kind of like you've got the Emmys and the Academy Award.
Yeah.
The Academy Award is the Hall of Fame.
And maybe it might be fun for Johnny, an idea that just popped in my head is maybe on a night when they do like the Slammy Awards.
Yep. That's a perfect example.
You know what I mean? Just as they do different Slammy Awards in between matches on a 3-hour Raw or whatever it might be, do a special, instead of Match of the Year, Wrestler of the Year, Moment of the Year, and so on, you have the Warrior Award of the Year. And, I think that would be better, and I think it would be better received than interrupting the Wrestling Hall of Fame, which is nothing but speeches and no action to begin with.
Well, that is the Academy Award of the WWE. The Hall of Fame is that big award that every actor or actress hopes to get someday, that Oscar. And that's exactly what the Hall of Fame is. You receive the Oscar, the highest award you can get in your business. The Warrior Award is a separate entity unto itself. You can't mix apples and oranges. It doesn't work.
Well, we agree, Johnny. The fans, they wanted your input on the inductees. Maybe we only know a few, as of the time we're taping this, because we've had to try and speed the process up a little bit and pre-tape things where we're getting ready to go to Tampa and you're out in Honolulu or wherever in Hawaii you're hanging out right now. Thus far, in one that really blew my mind, Johnny, usually they announce the first inductee of the year is usually the main event, the biggest one. For the class of 2021, the first one announced was Molly Holly.
You know, Molly holds a special place in my heart. Miss Greenwald is a wonderful, wonderful person. She is a tremendous human being. And I think that she's deserving of that award for what she contributed for her time when she was there and what she gave of herself. A lot of concussions, a lot of pain. She did a great job entertaining the people. And so everybody deserves their just reward. So Nora, I think, deserves it 100%. Others may have a different opinion, but when you think about and you look back on those female wrestlers and individuals of her day and time, think about who else you would put in her place, who else might deserve it. And there may be others. I'm not saying there aren't, but Nora is certainly, Molly Holly is certainly deserving of that award. She deserves that Academy Award.
Well, Johnny, I hate to say it, but I agree with your thoughts as far as the human being goes, but as far as the body of work goes and the length of the career goes, I disagree with you. I don't think there was really anything Hall of Fame worthy that she did. I think it's one of those things where, they want to be PC and they try and have a woman inducted every year now, and, they really have to stretch it to try and be able to hit that quota, and I think they're certainly stretching with Molly Holly. She was a former women's champion. As far as in-ring credibility went during that era, she was, without a doubt, one of the best because most of them were really bad. But I don't see Hall of Good, sure, but Hall of Fame, no.
Well, there we begin. We can agree to disagree, but still be friends.
What about a man that sometimes you remind me of, the second announced for the class of 2021, a man that rocked the boat, a man that rocked the entire industry back in 1995, talking about Eazy-E, Eric Bischoff.
I kind of chuckle, and I shouldn't, because I think a lot of Eric Bischoff. I really do. There's a man that gave, and I'm going to use this, and I hope nobody gets angry at me. He gave Vince a run for his money. But see, there again, you have the hero and the villain. And now you take this man and elevate him to Academy Award status. And I sit back, and maybe you disagree with me, but the first thing that comes to my mind is, why?
Really?
Yeah, why? When you went to war, he really went to war. He really spoiled the product. Coming out with the results before they taped it. He gave those on TV. Mm-hmm. I mean, stop and think about this. So did he give a lot to this business? I will never take one thing away from Eric Bischoff. There's a man that did what he had to do. He proved he could do it. He succeeded in what he did or has done. But he became one of the greatest enemies of WWE. If you remember those battles, I think that's what increased the ratings. But here's the man that you sit back and say, all right. Once again, we say, is there anybody else in line more deserving?
Well, I got to say, Johnny, again, you and I disagree big time on this one. I think the reason how professional wrestling elevated itself in the late 90s is a result of Eric Bischoff. WWF was dead on arrival when Nitro launched in 1995. WWF blamed the ridiculous steroid trial that Vince McMahon was subject to. But that ended a year and a half before Nitro launched. There was time to recoup and recover and come up with a better product for WWF television. Bischoff reinvented the wheel. Maybe he kind of overspoiled it by presenting nothing but competitive star versus star matches. I kind of miss enhancement matches from time to time just to try and get personalities and new wrestlers and wrestlers' moves and wrestlers' finishing moves over. I kind of miss those days. But what he did, you can't argue. It was nothing but success. And he didn't just knock on Vince's door. He kicked WWF's ass from 1996 through 1998. I mean, the numbers spoke for themselves. You know,
So to be the devil's advocate,
sure.
And I still want to say this: I think the world of Eric Bischoff. I really do. I think he proved his point. He showed that he could do it, but the money behind him was Ted Turner, and that's another advantage.
Sure,
good thing. Eric used it to his advantage. He did what he had to do to succeed, and he did it very, very, very well. And I guess I eat my own words. At one point, Vince McMahon asked him to come back.
And also, you know, you talk about Ted Turner's money. Sure, you're 100% right about that. He did have access to Ted Turner's money. But for the 6 previous years before Nitro launched, those same people that were in charge of the company at different points had access to Ted Turner's money, and they didn't make much of a success with Ted Turner's money. Bischoff did.
I don't disagree with that at all. And again, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve the Oscar. And again, you know what? Well-deserved, well-placed. But again, I'm sitting back and I'm saying, okay, we take an enemy and we make him a friend and we give him an award. And I'm being sarcastic, if you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not against the award. I think Eric is more than deserving of the award. But then again, let's go back to Molly Holly. Who else would you put in Eric Bischoff's place?
For what he contributed to the business?
Well,
I mean, I could think of different NWA promoters that certainly deserve a spot in the Hall of Fame. I don't think WWE will ever put them in just because, you know, they're archaic and they're looking for people that, you know, people of this generation would have some familiarity with. You know what I mean? They'd be familiar with them on some level. Yeah. And, you know, if you're going to go back to Paul Bosch down in Houston or Don Owens in Portland, I don't think there are too many fans nowadays that would have any idea who we're talking about right now. Bischoff with WCW, the Monday Night War, you know, they've monetized it on DVD. They've come up with a great series of specials on WWE Network. Bischoff came back as the general manager of Raw from 2002 to 2005. And I think very underrated as far as his performance went as an on-air character. As the general manager, I thought he was absolutely tremendous.
Again, I would have to agree with you.
How many characters can you say made out with both Stephanie McMahon and Linda McMahon on television?
Okay, you win. You win.
He also, and what I got a chuckle out of on one of a clip I came across online on one of his podcasts, he was asked by, I think it's Conrad Thompson that co-hosts it with him, who he thought the sexier of the two was. And he actually said Linda. He said there's something very sexual about Linda once you get up close and personal to her. So I don't know.
I'm not going to touch that line. I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to sit back and say, okay, and I will say, I guess how I have to twist around and say that Eric Bischoff perhaps and does deserve, not perhaps, he does deserve the Academy Award only because of his contribution to the professional wrestling industry. There is absolutely no question about that. I would never take that away from him. And again, I reiterate my same words that I said before. I have nothing but respect for that man. He is a credit to the business. He proved what the business can do. And I think if he had the opportunity, he could probably show it again. I guess I'm going to have to eat my own words.
Well, and you know what? I wonder deep down, I don't know if he'd ever admit it, but if Vince has a great respect for what Bischoff did, even though it led to the Monday Night Wars, you know what Bischoff did, other than the fact that it wasn't money out of pocket, was on par with what Vince did a little more than 10 years earlier when he destroyed the territories by taking WWF and going national with it, cherry-picking the top stars from each different territory and, you know, kind of a similar path for both men. Again, he had the backing of Turner, while Vince, basically, when he bought the company, had the bank account of what was in it from Vince McMahon Sr. and so on's company. So interesting paths, and in some ways not all that different, which is why I find they're very interesting.
I wait for the fan reaction.
Well, we're not going to get to see that because unless it's the Thunderdome where they have the piped-in crowd, I think it's going to be a rather silent ceremony.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And again, Eric Bischoff deserves the accolades of the professional wrestling business. Um, you know, how they choose people for the Hall of Fame, I don't know how that
Very,
works.
very interesting. I'd
Yep.
love to be sitting on those meetings, but
Yep. I really have to sit back and say to myself, okay, and then I stop. And then I stop. I certainly hope. I certainly hope. And I'm sure somewhere down the line, Pat Patterson will be inducted into the Hall of Fame
well, he already
again.
was, Johnny.
Yep, I know he is, but there's a man that contributed a tremendous amount to the industry. You know, if there's ever a
Why
second way
would
to
he be?
get it done,
Why should he be inducted again?
give him again, Patty. I think he. You know what? God rest his soul. I just have a great fond liking for Pat Patterson, and you know, there's a guy that earned it. He's another Oscar nominee, and he won. But let's see what happens. I think Bischoff again. I think it's well deserved. Again, I have that why question. Why? That's all.
And what about the third man? It was announced today to show you when we're taping, and I imagine there'll probably be at least one or if not at least two more inductees, but a longtime veteran of the company under different aliases. The one that took off the most certainly was Kane.
See, now there again, I think there's a man that deserves the Oscar.
I think he deserved the main event billing, not Molly Holly, but
but he deserves it. I mean, take a look at what he did to get where he was and is. Look at that stupid character they put that poor man in, Ivan Yankum.
Isaac Yankum, DDS.
God. Oh, and he did it.
And
then when he was,
another one that fans often forget about is he was New Diesel. I don't know if you remember that when Kevin Nash left, they recast the character of Diesel with Glenn Jacobs portraying him, which didn't last very long.
Glenn is a tremendous human being. Very out, you know, he's just got a good brain there. He understands this business. He's a great human being. He gave a lot to this business. Look what he sacrificed. I mean, some of those matches were crazy. Him and Taker with fire matches,
Inferno matches.
This guy deserves it. There's an Oscar nominee. Pass it on. Congratulations, Glenn Jacobs.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief timeout. When we come back, we're going to look at who WWE at least wanted to induct last year that we'll maybe see this year. If you read between the lines, we'll be back after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Fame, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet? No, not yet.
Okay. But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support wrestling insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, Johnny, unbelievable. We gave a little teaser before the commercial break. As news is breaking again right around the time we are taping this, that the main event inductee of the class of 2020 Hall of Fame ceremony is out due to commitments of some kind, whether it be Hollywood or life, who knows. But Big Dave Batista will not be inducted in the Hall of Fame this year. He can't make it.
You know, that's a shame. It really is. Because Dave Batista is another individual, and I had a chance to meet Dave. You know, what a great human being. I remember when he was down there at OVW, when he played Leviathan. Or his character was Leviathan.
That goes way back, yep. No, down on OVW.
That's where I first met Dave Batista. And what a tremendous human being. A person that gave his all to the business. There's no question that he's deserving of it. It's just too bad that they couldn't do something remote with Dave before, pre-tape it or whatever. I think it's a disservice because he is so deserving.
Well, I think it's great that, no, they're not going to do it at all. So hopefully it's going to take place at a future year when the fans will be able to enjoy it in person. I think he'll get a great reaction.
There's no question. There's no question. There's a man that, along with Glenn Jacobs and the others that are being inducted, deserves a standing ovation. There's a guy that really gave his all, like Glenn did, the same thing to the fans. He worked for the fans.
Well, Johnny, what about this one? A little, and I'm not a big fan of it. I don't know about you. I don't think we've ever discussed it, but little double dipping going on as the NWO is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and Sean Waltman, all for the second time. Do you see the need for it?
No. We just talked about a friend who couldn't get inducted. Why inducted for the second time? Because he was a tag team champion. He did all this stuff, and we don't want to do that. Forget it. Goodbye. See you later. You know what? Each of these men already holds a ring.
Do you think who's going to be the first? Is Shawn Michaels going to be the first to get 3 with Marty Jannetty as the Rockers, or is an H going to be the first to get 3 with Evolution when they induct them as a faction down the road? I have a feeling it's coming, and I can tell by that sigh, I think you kind of agree with me.
Yeah, I do. I do.
I mean, you know what? In rock and roll, I mean, can't people be inducted more than once, though, if they're in different bands?
Well, see, that's redundancy.
Yeah.
If that's your plan, and I think you're talking about now individual induction, tag team induction, NWO induction, sometimes it gets a little testy. I guess that's the only word I know how to use. A little testy. Each one of these men, I have nothing but respect for. Each one of these men. I've worked with Sean Waltman. I worked with Diesel. I never, ever had the opportunity to work with the great Hulk Hogan. I think the world of Terry Bollea. Terry is an outstanding individual. He's given a lot to the business. I guess here's where I get in trouble with my thoughts again. They pulled him out of the Hall of Fame.
And now they put him back in, and they're giving him another one.
Yeah, well, see, I'm going to stop before I get in real trouble here.
Why is that, Johnny?
Because, you know what? I think sometimes a little bit said is enough rather than to elaborate and then just put mud all over the place. It doesn't make sense. I'm just using an analogy of we did all of this. We said, okay, you said this, you did this 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and we're going to pull you right out. No more. Bye. We don't even recognize you. And now look what's happened.
Interesting how it works out.
It sure does. It sure does. And once again, nothing against anybody. I think it's foolish, in my opinion, to hold somebody liable for something they did 20 years ago when they were immature or maybe said something wrong when they shouldn't have said it. Believe me, I do not like people using derogatory terminology or making fun of a race or a person, a color or a creed, a religion. It's despicable. It shouldn't be done. But I don't believe that you should say, okay, you're booted, and now hip, hip, hooray, we're waving the flag. Make up your mind.
Interesting thoughts, Fabo. What about a man that really only had one match, and it was in NXT, not even in WWE, certainly a Hall of Fame talent, but kind of a surprise inductee, Jushin Thunder Liger. I don't know what the speech will consist of. I'm not sure how strong the English is, but that could make for one of the shortest speeches.
I've watched that man work many a time. And again, a great athlete. I mean, he really brought the fans to their feet using that lucha libre style wrestling and what he did. I don't know. I what do I say except that he deserves the credit. He paid his dues.
Yeah, he and Brian Pillman had some true classics in WCW in the early 90s.
Yep. I don't know. I guess I'm at a loss for words on this one.
All right. Well, you might not be the only one. What about the late, great British Bulldog Davy Boy Smith, a man that contributed a lot during many stints in WWE, WWF? You think it'll lead to his son finally getting not only a spot in WWE, but a solid spot in WWE? Now that his son Harry, he's getting a little long in the tooth. He's not much younger than me.
You know what? I'm only going to say this. Age does not make a difference. You know, Bill Dundee is 77, I believe. Still working the ring. Still doing shows.
Well, in another 20 years, we still might see you in the ring. Who knows if that's the case?
Listen, my friend, I enjoy it every single time I'm allowed to perform, to work with these young men and women, with WWE, with anyone. I think it's wonderful. So age is no barrier to me. And I hope he does get a slot. I really do.
Great size, great talent. But again, where WWE is trying to go young, where they realize so many of their main crew right now is pushing 40, if not already there, I think that works against him a little bit. I think maybe he's waited too long to make the jump to go to WWE, if indeed that's his destination in 2021.
Well, there again, I kind of look at this as you may have the age factor, but you bring something with you when you come, and that's knowledge. And if the young men and women today will not take advantage of what's in front of them, shame on you.
And a legacy.
Even the legacy. Just think of what he has in terms of knowledge of the business, in terms of what he's been through to get where he is. The young men and women should listen to these older wrestlers, these older people in the business, because they've been through it. You know, it's sad when you're backstage with some of these young guys or women, and you try to give them a pointer, and no, I'm fine. I don't need to hear that. You know, the guys I look at, the women I look at, is when we have a special, say Tony Atlas, for example, is backstage. And, Tony will try to give some pointers, and they'll just turn around and go, yeah, thanks, and walk away. Man, oh man, that's an encyclopedia.
Right.
Why would you
let it go to waste? Are you there, Johnny?
I'm still here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Anytime you have a chance to pick the brain of a veteran that has several decades of experience in the industry, I think that just shows maybe you don't belong in it. But again, that's one man's opinion.
Ric Flair's still going. And I'll bet you if Rick was in better health, I'll bet you that man would still be in the ring, and he'd still be wooing them and bringing them to their feet.
I bet you he'd love to right now.
Well, you know what? And God bless Ric Flair. I've worked several shows with Rick. I've taken the figure 4 from him, and I'm going to tell you something. What a tremendous human being. There's a man that deserves everything he has in terms of recognition, in terms of that Oscar. He's paid his dues 100 times over.
All right.
And if you don't take advantage of Rick or anybody else you're working with, shame on you, because they bring knowledge. They bring a lot with them.
2 more, Johnny, the final 2. This pair, it blows me away, but interested in your thoughts on the Bella twins being Hall of Fame bound this Tuesday night.
There you go.
Well, Johnny, you have
nothing against them. Nothing against them. But you made a comment earlier about Molly Holly. I mean,
Molly Holly deserves to be in about 6 times before the Bellas are in once. They contributed nothing but poor promos, poor skits, poor matches, poor everything.
I think you said it all.
They married well. I don't know if that puts you in the Hall of Fame. The mother married well. One of them tried to marry well. We won't go there. And I really don't know them as human beings, but just as far as what they contributed to wrestling, to me, nothing but a turn off. Everything they did was fake looking, lousy looking, other than their little dance to the ring, which I'm sure entertained many males. But you know what? There's a lot of ways you can get female entertainment of the physical variety in 20 or whatever year you might be talking about. And to me, they contributed nothing positive during their entire run. And that's nothing personal. That's just my look at the two characters, Brie and Nikki
Well,
Bella. They contributed nothing of any interest that any fan enjoyed. Or for every one fan that enjoyed it, there are many millions and millions that have gone by the wayside that no longer watch the industry anymore, our great, great industry, because of garbage like that. Fake-looking women's wrestling that looks like it wouldn't crack an egg, amongst other things. But again, to me, they contributed nothing. Nothing.
Well,
nothing.
I will say this. On the human side, outside of the business, you couldn't ask for better people. From mom to the girls, just good, decent human beings. Kind, generous, very good human beings. In the ring, I think there's a different persona. And you have to remember that when the Bella twins came in, it was the TNA era.
No, yeah.
You know, they brought that to the ring. And that's what you saw. And that's what people got all googly-eyed and all, special about. They were
After 10 years, though, you'd think there'd be that room to improve a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, I understand what you're saying. And with all of us, I think the thing that people fail to realize, there's a time to stay and there's a time to go. Why not leave at the high point?
Oh, and now they're talking about they want to come back for the next two WrestleManias and challenge for the women's tag team titles. Just go. Go make your wine. Go write your books. Go do your reality shows. Just stay away from a wrestling ring. No one wants to see it. Nobody cares. It's a discredit to the other women that actually do try and put together physical, credible wrestling matches. Again, one man's opinion, but I think there's a lot that agree with me.
Well, I would think that there's a place for them, maybe at NXT, bringing up the younger women.
We talked before about them not having enough quality women on the main roster to begin with. You think sending down two women that were atrocious to try and help them would be a good thing?
Well, they do have some knowledge of the business. They understand.
They might have some knowledge of they certainly know how to play the business. That's for sure. That'd be like someone telling someone to go take a shower, and inside the bucket of water is a pile of dog shit.
I hear you. No, I hear you. You know what? I have to sit back and say to myself, how do we select the inductees?
Well, last but not least, Johnny, I know I'm probably going to get a few zingers online from this one due to my personal opinion. I'm interested in yours due to the interactions you've had with even here in this very studio. John Bradshaw Layfield, the former world champion, longest reigning champion in SmackDown history.
Too late, too soon. I think he should have been inducted way before now.
You think they waited too long?
Yeah, I think this man, I have nothing but respect for John Bradshaw Layfield. I really and truly have nothing but good words for that man. He played it to the 10th degree. He gave a lot to this business, a lot of knowledge. He knew the good from the bad. He worked hard. He showed people what it meant to be a professional wrestler. He portrayed the character he should have played. I mean, you just knew when you heard that when he came out in his little Cadillac with the horns on the front. I mean, stop and look at what he did and how he did it.
And he reinvented himself when he was getting a little long in the tooth. You know what I mean? For a long time, he was a cowboy as Justin Hawk Bradshaw, and then when he teamed with Barry Windham as the New Blackjacks, then he went on to team with Ron Simmons and the Acolytes, the APA, who were, they'd beat people up for money. And then there was I remember it came when I was injured. I was in the hospital watching, and I just remember looking at the television screen saying, who the hell is this guy with the cowboy hat on? And it turned out it was a refurbished John Bradshaw Layfield, now playing off of his success in the stock market, is a big money man in WWE, wheeling and dealing, putting right into a main event feud with Eddie Guerrero that it didn't exactly do big numbers at the box office, but some bloody, bloody classics between the two. So those are some of my favorite Eddie Guerrero matches that he had with John Layfield.
He had some great matches with John Cena, too. And I have
Think
nothing.
of what he did to you in the loading dock in this studio, pouring the energy drinks down your throat.
I understand that, but you have to also. We had a wonderful time. Remember, professional wrestling is a story. I think we told the story well. I loved working with John Bradshaw Layfield that day. I remember that. We'll never forget it. What a gentleman. What a smart man.
Very smart man.
He has it all, and he deserves that Academy Award. Accolades. There's another man. If I were there and were allowed to be there, I'd be on my feet for this man. I watched him work. Eddie Guerrero, outstanding matches. And I watched the matches with he and John, and I have to tell you,
WrestleMania 21.
Yep, I've got to tell you something. What a gentleman. What a performer. What a performer. I would have thought he'd have been in before now.
Well, he was insulted that he and John didn't go on last, knowing that John would become the face of WWE as time went on, and he looked like he was 110% right. I do want to say this before we go, Johnny. For those, there's a lot of people that will knock JBL. There's a lot of things that have been written about JBL online or said in different shoot interviews. Two things I think folks should keep in mind. If they look up Beyond Rugby Bermuda, it is a charity that John has started in Bermuda that helps at-risk and poor children not only have access to play sports, but actually feed them lunch every day. And in addition to the work he's done in his post-wrestling career, if you enjoy the show called Tribute to the Troops, where WWE goes out of its way at one point actually going over to war zones to entertain the troops. Now they do it more on the home front. The idea of Tribute to the Troops came from John Bradshaw Layfield. So for those that like to focus on the negative or the things that are said in shoot interviews like that, you're more than welcome to. I like to remind folks of the John Layfield that I know that has put a lot of goodwill into the world.
Indeed. He was the first one to talk about Tribute to the Troops. And again, nothing but accolades. Just look at what this man has done and he's accomplished. And I think fans miss something, that he's giving back. They don't see that. Fans don't know the person, they don't know the individual, and they fail sometimes to look at those things. And sometimes fans have nothing to do. And I said this when you and I did that little broadcast when we watched the Royal Rumble. You got nothing better to do than sit in your mom's basement and type out this crap. Half of them don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, and again, sometimes people just believe everything they read on the internet to be true. John came from an era when there were a lot of men in professional wrestling. You had to be a man's man to make it in professional wrestling. And you know what? That might not translate 100% to what it's like in 2021. I'll say maybe that to be true. But at the same time, again, Tribute to the Troops came from that man's mind when he went overseas, not because he was forced to, because he wanted to when he was injured at one point. And again, Beyond Rugby Bermuda, we raised some money for it here in Boston Wrestling in the MWF. He does some great work over in Bermuda, trying to help kids that don't have the money to play sports and don't have money to even eat lunch have a better life. So I tip my cap to him, and I don't even have a hat on right now.
Well, two hats are being tipped right now, yours and mine.
All right, Johnny, I know the weather in Hawaii is beautiful right now. The night is falling here, but it's still a chance for you to feel a little of that Pacific Ocean water. I will let you go. We'll be back next Friday night. We're going to talk WrestleMania 37, preview the big event. It's going to be a happening.
It is indeed, my friend. I'm waiting. I can't wait.
All right, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday on Wrestling Insiders. Fabulous Fridays. Continue to check out the website for updates on Wrestle House. We'll be in Tampa Wednesday night all week with big superstars, autograph signings galore. Again, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Be well, stay healthy. We'll see you next Friday night. The World Wrestling Federation was live in Bristol, Connecticut, Wednesday, April the 2nd, 1980. In the opening contest, Tor Kamada beat Mike Flanagan. Jim Duggan victorious over Silvano Souza. Joe Crugnali defeated Fred Marzino via disqualification. Rene Goulet with the win over Baron Mikel Cicluna. And in the main event, the Wild Samoans beat Steve King and Rene Goulet. If you were in Bristol live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. What a week, 5 great episodes. Glad you could join us for our first ever supersized episode when they're already pretty big to begin with here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. We like to give you some one-stop shopping if you cannot join us every night for the premieres of these great talk shows. While the future on Tuesdays is unknown, we're working hard to come up with a solution to that. If you enjoyed tonight's show, again, folks, please, from the bottom of my tired, abused, overworked heart, give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. Share the links to our great programs across social media. Check out the eBay store. And again, join the inner circle, the family of Boston Wrestling MWF at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. I wish you all a very happy Easter if it's a holiday you celebrate, and hope the Easter Bunny leaves you a treat. Not to be confused with the chocolate that my partner in crime, Dave Carter, enjoys daily. That's a different story for a different time. We'll be back tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for a WrestleMania 1 watch-along. Hope you can join us for the premiere and chat along. We have a lot of fun. You can set a reminder on the link that I'll put in the description box below so you don't forget about it. Bless you all. Stay healthy. Be well. Look forward to seeing you next week during WrestleMania 37 weekend. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Glens Falls Civic Center in Glens Falls, New York, Friday, April the 3rd, 1981. In the opening contest, Steve King battled Don Sereno to a time-limit draw. Yoshiaki Yatsu beat Johnny Rodz via disqualification. Dominic DeNucci with the win over Frank Savage. Jill Fontaine and Suzette Ferreira defeated Lalani Kai and Peggy Lee. And in the main event, Pat Patterson victorious over Sergeant Slaughter. If you were in Glens Falls Live, share your memories in the comments section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.